No, you're good, Toot. You're good. Got him. What do you do about it? Okay. Ads are over, which means we are live. I guess let's just go here for a minute because I don't actually I need to like pull up my stuff to get started. Of course, I forget my lights behind me every time. So let's do that. Oop. Because why not? They're cool. My gamer lights. God, I almost forgot how handsome you are. At least someone thinks so, you know? Jake, I could never forget. Thank you, thank you. What are we doing today? We are, I think, working on armies stuff. But I guess we can consult the plan. So let's consult the plan. Why didn't it? Oh wait, because I already did it. Never mind. I'm silly. We're kind of on a whole new phase for Blight. We're basically done until we get some playtesting in. Technically, we'll need to do a rulebook V3, right? That will end up being like the nice, really fancy looking one. I'm kind of just jumping into things because why not? So yeah, we will have to do a rulebook. We have to do a lot of play testing, which is, you know, normal. This is mostly work out kinks. I don't really expect too much issue, really. There might be like some wording stuff. It's mostly probably trying to iron out any of the kinks for it. Blight of Blackridge. What are we doing? The tabletop simulator. Actually, I guess maybe like. I don't know how I like playable formats. Like. So, tabletop simulator needs maybe just a little bit of work on the board. We still need to get what's it called? We still need to do screen top, and we need a print and play version. Now, remind me, do we even have... Not that anyone else could remind me, because it's just kind of a me thing. Do we even have a print and play currently? We don't. So that's something that would be good to have. So yeah, I did add a bunch of stuff to the Discord server. I kind of reorganized stuff. We had like a separate game dev chat way at the bottom. I removed that and kind of just spread it out through the text channels because I was like, yeah, whatever, why not, right? Some of these might just go away because I feel like some of it's redundant, but that's one thing. We also... I also kind of... This used to be other games. I made it just Blight of Blackridge specific. And then I probably will make another one for other games that are like... Stellar Shift and whatever. Once that video comes out, I think. I'm going to wait on that. Well, maybe I should have it in case we get like a bunch of people showing up after the video. Yeah, that might be what I should do. If I were like a bigger YouTube channel, maybe I wouldn't, but that's probably what we should do. So that's obviously not something I'm gonna do on stream. That's like whatever, we'll do that later. But that's maybe something I should put a note for myself. There we go. Discord update. Other games. We have like the Battleship game, which, you know, is kind of not really even a game, but it could be there, and then Stellar Shift. Just so people can play them if they want to. Neither of them are great games, but you know, I would like to, you know, have them on the Discord at least. But yeah, that's what it looks like for Blight of Blackridge. We just basically have to get that stuff done. This is sort of stuff I currently have to do. This is stuff I'll have to do after playtesting. Like playtesting, and then Rulebook V3 will be the thing. As far as what we're doing today, we're probably going to be working on, I guess this part, right? Which is, of course, working on the, oh, sorry, yawn, apparently. Which is working on the minion update. It may include playtesting, but we'll talk about that in a minute. And then stream improvements. I do kind of want to talk about stream improvement stuff. I don't think we need any of these right now. Maybe a laugh emote I still would like to have. But I don't know, it's not a priority. I do want to, like, again, like, one of the things with all the work I do on the stream is that, not necessarily on the stream, but the work I do to improve the stream, is hopefully just to, like, you know, keep moving forward, right? Because a lot of the time, I feel like if I don't keep improving, then I'll end up, you know, if you get stagnant, that's when you just stop, and, you know, you stop improving, you stop growing, right? Unless you get very, very lucky. But I feel like if you constantly improve, that's where you get better, right? So wait, there's a dyslexia emo. I want to make one. These are potential emotes that need to be made. Also, welcome in, Fig. How you doing? Yeah, I want to make one. These are all potential eventual emotes. Eventual, you know what, I'm gonna own it. Eventual emotes. So yeah, work is obnoxious, but I'm lurking as much as I can. Well, I do appreciate that. I don't know why I said it like I was a Southern man. I mean, I do live in the South, but I'm not a, I'll tell you what. That's all I gotta say. Anyway, yeah, so this is like a bunch of potential stuff, but, I think, like, something I kind of want to ask y'all, I say as I'm not Southern, y'all, is, like, what streams have been the most fun so far? I think, you know, arguably, I don't know why I keep saying arguably. I've been saying it a lot, and I don't know if it's like I'm watching someone who says arguably, or if I just have picked it up for some reason. But here we are. Anyway, I'm on a tangent. I'm rambling today. I think probably the most fun stream was the one where you all tried to drown me to death, which as of now has been a regular occurrence, but the one that I posted the short on, where we had like a bunch of people from the from one of Tice's raid, the one I was actually making physical cards. That one was like one of the most interesting. There's a few other things, and honestly, I think most of the fun stuff has come from redeems. Which these are all potential ones, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, just more interaction, I think the better for streaming, so the more potential for fun. So that's something I want to talk about at some point. I feel like it has to be some at a point where you know, we have a bunch of the regulars on to talk about it, but as many people as possible, or maybe make a poll or something, you know, unlike my Discord. But either way, we talked about events and stuff like that. That will happen eventually, but again, we need more people for that. Goal is to keep growing. Let's keep on keeping on, you know? Anyway, so yeah, I mean, let's talk armies for a bit. Not crab champions. It would be funny to play crab champions, but instead we're working. Otherwise, I will not accomplish the thing my title says. Finish one thing. That's all I need to do. I gotta love the like just background of this game. It feels very like 90s, even though it's probably not. Actually, I don't know. I wonder how old Tabletop Simulator is. The fact that I haven't like updated anything is kind of crazy to me, but when it's still like as widely used as it is. But there's so many mod resources, it doesn't really matter, but it's kind of funny. I broke the image there. Whatever. I will need to fix that. Armies. Okay. We're on the minion problem again. We've been talking about this for the past, you know, few streams. I think I might have to go with minion stacking. Like the cards themselves. I know Maximus did propose we do minion units. And I think it's a good idea. And maybe potentially, it's hard to say, but could be the better idea. But that said, I don't know if it is the easiest to implement, and it probably changes the most stuff. So it's kind of hard to say, right? Like, I could go for, you know, try to make the perfect game. And this, I don't know if is like, what percentage better is adding units to endlings than just letting them stack as cards? Because this is, them stacking is probably plays the most similarly to you know, to what it currently is, which is probably what I should go for, and not for anything that's extremely game changing. Because I could test this. We could just like play test it right now to see how minion units go. But I'm kind of feeling like that's just gonna end up being it's just gonna end up causing the causing way more work. So I think maybe that's what we should talk about for a minute. Like we should write some of this down. I guess I'm gonna just leave this here. Armies. I did do like a lot of the patch notes for the next version. I wrote a lot of them up just to try to get a lot of this stuff done, because we're getting close to being able to patch it. Let's talk about the minion solutions. Pros and cons, right? Mostly let's just talk to start with minion stacking. Minion stacking. And it feels like I'm kind of like, you know, talking about this a lot and deliberating over it a lot, whereas a lot of other stuff I would just kind of go for it. But the later in the game we get, the harder it is to implement new things or change the game. Not necessarily like more difficult, right? It's the same amount of difficult, but Bean, what up, dude? How you doing, Bean? The beaniest bean. Beans, what are you doing? B-E-A-N. What's that smell? Smell? What's that spell? What's that spell? I'm good, thanks, Bean. How are you? Excuse me? Hey, Toots. Maybe that's what I was thinking. Maybe I said, that's why I said, what's that smell? Because Toots said it, you know? What's up, dude? Thank you for being here. How you doing? I already asked that. I am, yes, how I was. Let me answer that question. I'm good. Yeah, I don't know. I'm excited to stream. It was me you asked? Asked you me? I don't know. I'm a little quirky today. I think my brain's a little tired, but I am, yeah, I don't know. I'm excited to stream. It's good to be working on armies again. Oh my gosh. I've not even been here 5 minutes and I broke the beat. I don't think you broke me. I think I was just broken to begin with. It's just more apparent now that I'm trying to talk to someone, you know? So yeah. I woke up early to mow my lawn, so it wasn't like 85 or like 80, whatever, 90 degrees almost while I was mowing my lawn. And yeah. You know the dead internet theory? I do. It's where basically the internet just interacts with the internet. And there's no more people doing anything on it. At least I believe that's what it is. That's what I've been told. But yeah, minion stacking. Like I said, we've been talking about this for a while. It's not, it's just getting more and more difficult to change anything. And not even just difficult, but like, I want to be more sure that it's a good change to do before I do it. Because we really need to, like, we need to be past the point of adding new mechanics to armies. It's kind of like in editing. You'll get to a point, like if you're editing a video, if you're doing any visual effects on that video, like, you know, in movies, basically, they have, it's called picture locked. And so once you're basically have your edit picture locked, it means you're not changing the edit anymore and all the visual effects and stuff are done on top of it. That's kind of where we need to be in armies, because we need to stop changing mechanics. I'd like to be at a point where the game is done and we just kind of add cards, if anything. So yeah. I think minion stacking is probably the solution. I think that doing the minion units is probably just going to be too much. Let's maybe talk about more what the impact of adding minion types is. You know, so it'd be 4 to 5 depending on how many. Hydrate. You got it, boss. Thank you. Appreciate it. Why do you ask about dead internet theory and then just and then just not say anything about it? You know this thing? Yeah, okay. Were you expecting me not to know what it was? Or are you trying to lurk, but then asked a question because you're being... I was trying to make small talk. Okay. Unleash the bald. You got it, boss. I don't know why I keep calling people boss. I'm losing it. You know what? You're all my boss, really. You can tell me what to do, and I have to listen to you. Because I'm your boss, so is Toots. That's fair. I have a little bit of hair today. Just a very, very small amount. So enjoy that, I guess. I don't know. But yeah. So 4 to 5 new artworks. Well, actually it'd be 3 to 4 because we already have one. Although I still been meaning to fix the Endling because its art is kind of not perfect. So we'll just leave it. Pulling a bean and yawning a lot, you know what I mean? My first boss duty is to make you grow your hair. No. I mean, I could, but you'd see my hairline. I mean, you can already see it, right? It's just like too receding and too thinning. Like, the receding hairline thing isn't the worst part. It's just the fact that, like, here there's a lot less hair. The balding in the back of the head is the bad part. It receding is kind of like, eh. It's also really thin. My hair is starting to go too. Damn. It do be like that. It's silver in places. There you go. I don't know. I don't think gray hair is like a bad look though, you know? I found a gray chest hair yesterday. Life is over. Hot. I have like all sorts of different colored hairs in my beard. Like it usually looks like brownish, but there's also like red and like, I don't know. It makes you feel any better. I got my first gray hair when I was 20. There you go. Okay. 4 to 5 new artwork, new artworks. So that's not a huge deal. Potentially making each minion unique, but I'm not entirely sure. New minion effects. This minion. Elderly Club over here, I love it. I get so freaking excited when I see Beats notification. You're making me blush. No, yeah, I get excited when I see a Bean notification. Half of the time though, I'm like, I feel like I'm doing something, and now I feel bad, you know? I feel bad when I can't actually join your stream. Yes, I've never mashed a push notification so hard. You guys are too nice to me. You're never there. You're always here. You're there always. I usually always try to at least drop in if I can, if I can't stay, you know, or like lurk. Although I'm better at lurking than you. Why am I being mean? I'm better at lurking than you. I didn't mean it. Actually, I did mean it, but I don't mean it maliciously, you know? More of just a statement than a... I don't know. I'm clearly tired if you didn't notice. I'm a little loopy. Keep digging. Anonymous, yo, dude, what's up? How you doing today? I'm hungry, so I was gonna ask what everyone's doing for lunch / dinner today. I already ate lunch. I had a Aldi cauliflower crust pizza. They're pretty good. Dinner, Korean tacos. Probably of my own creation. Kind of like a bulgogi sort of steak taco. Good, bro. Good. I'm glad you're good. How's the game coming? And how was streaming the other day? Curry and tacos, Korean. Korean. I don't know words. Unless I missed something. Friday, blah, blah, blah. Having leftover lasagna and then some balsamic chicken and potatoes. Nice. Speaking of tacos, I'm a taco store right now. Okay. Oh, making a taco store. I was like, what? I thought you said you were one. And I'm like, what does that even mean? Doing all right. Keeping on replacing art so I can show. Nice. Awesome. But when that's done, I'll still make some videos and stuff. Awesome, dude. I'm glad to hear that. I will definitely check it out. Definitely let us know when you're when you do it, because I would like to check it out for sure. Yeah, dude, Anonymous had a stream the other day. He was doing some drawing a wizard. Unfortunately, I was also streaming, so I couldn't check him out, but fully. Yeah, Anonymous did the like necromancer thing in the art chat. Look at this shit. Look at that. Look at that shit. Say shit. It's amazing. Look at that. Look how cool that is. Right? Look at that. I do some art, haha. I do art. Oh my god, I thought you were just saying anonymous wrong this whole time. How did I just notice it was spelled? I'm so sorry. That's funny. Why didn't I know Anonymous was talented artist being? That's good shit. It is. Yeah. Anonymous also was the one who well, there's also this. This was cool. That was pretty rad. That was pretty cool. And then yeah, Anonymous, you were the one who did the why am I talking like that? The I'm not losing my mind when I say you were the one who did the yeah, Bog Beast design. He's hot. Agreed. Yeah. See? So that was the original design was an Anonymous concept, and then I just kind of adapted it to my style. So he's just a little friend. Look at him. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, definitely, there you go. Check out Anonymous. I gotta be more like Bean and shout out people. Have followed. There you go. I need to crochet that. Oh, the bog beast. That would be so awesome. I was gonna say we have the yeah, basically that turned into where it be armies, not armies. Blackridge art. Yeah, like I said, I adapted that into my sort of style of the game, but yeah, same vibe, same design. I made the little stock a little longer, gave it a tongue, but yeah, same concept. But yeah, it's a great design. I love it. I thought you meant crochet the man. No, I'd do other things to that. Huh? Huh? Oh, that. Okay, sorry. I was like, I'm in the gutter today, it seems. I want to crochet that dude. Fig, I'm sorry. You guys have lost. You guys have lost it. Hey, I've given you a whole extra 5 minutes of baldness. That's my new band name, 5 Minutes of Baldness. To be fair, when have I ever had it? What, not been in the gutter? It's been... yeah, can't count, you know? Okay. We are very distracted. I think my my stream titles have like a power to change how the stream functions. I say if I get one thing done today, I win. That's my stream title. But so far I've gotten absolutely nothing done. You're saying we're all trying to distract you from doing that, apparently, yeah. Yeah, it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy, because like I had one the other day where it was like, shit, he's on to us. Thank you for the hydrate, by the way. I didn't actually say. Yeah, it's like the other day I was like dyslexic whatever stream, and I was just the most dyslexic I've been in forever. So I'm convinced it affects my cognitive function. Okay, we could have new minion effects. That would be cool. So like basically like unit effects but with stacking. Granted, this could work. All this could work with the minion units. I just think it's just so much harder to do. What you're saying is that your stream title predicts the outcome. Exactly, yes. Maybe I should be like, I get rated by a 1,000 view streamer, and then I'll. Your next stream is Bean dissolves into the floor. Bean gets $1 million. That'll be my next stream. Can your next stream be we do game stuff and Fig wins the lottery? Exactly. Yeah. See, you know what you're talking about. But what if it's like the kind of thing where it's like a dissolves? Dissolves? Did I say it wrong? I don't know. Toot gets a sandy please. No, I'm emphasizing it. Okay, I'm sorry. Why are you wanting to dissolve so bad? Bean Googling what a sandy is. I think you replaced the S with another letter, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, no, just a sandwich. Okay, I was like, wait, is this something dirty? Everyone's been dirty today. Leave me alone. He wants a biscuit. A biscuit. Found there's also a cookie. Interesting. Hey guys, I'm gonna try to do some work. What's the difference? Ah, right, British people, biscuit. Pecan sandies, y'all. Ah, yes, British. Biscuit. Do you just equate British people to biscuits? No, biscuit means something completely different in British than it does in American. Because a biscuit is a cookie in British, right? Whereas a biscuit in America is a bread. This here is really dry piece of bread. It's not dry. If you have a bad biscuit, then it is a dry piece of bread. If you have a good biscuit, it's like a flaky, yummy, buttery bread. Biscuits and gravy. Exactly, yes. No. Why do you have so many gross things? You know what? Why do you eat beans on toast? I don't know. I think I've only ever had gross biscuits that I don't know. Yeah, I mean, if you have like a bad biscuit, they're hard and dry and gross. But if you have a good biscuit, then it's a different story. Beans on toast is nutritious. Yes. I only eat food for nutrition. You guys are you're distracting me so bad. Okay. I don't know where I was. I'm lost. What's your thoughts on KFC biscuits? Honestly, I haven't had KFC in like 1,000 years. What is a KFC biscuit? No. Kentucky Fried Chicken biscuit? Do you have Kentucky Fried Chicken in the UK? Is that a thing? I know like a lot of like fast food is... Who that? It's a fast food place. America has like too many fast food places. New manufacturers. I'm gonna try to I'm gonna ignore you guys for half a second. Minions. Stacking. Different stacked effects. I mean, I think that's it, right? I mean, there's also... They don't have the cornel. We have. I've never heard of KFC. Well, now you have. Surprisingly, their grilled chicken is fantastic. Good day. Thunder! Yo, dude, it's been a while. How you doing? I think it's been a while, right? I'm not mistaken in thinking that. At least been a week, I feel like. No, it's been like a month. No. Like 2 weeks. Anyway, we're happy to have you here. I was thinking I hadn't seen Thunder in a while. How are the chickens? Speaking of grilled chicken. We talked about chickens and then suddenly it appears. It's ironic. I know, true, right? KFC Double Down burger was epic. Yes, I missed the waterboarding. Oh, true. Yeah. I think that was... I think that just may have been a day you missed, not necessarily like... I don't know. But it was funny. Because that one was like a slightly older stream that I finally made a short for because it was such a good moment. But yeah. I love Double Down Beats. You remember that? My mom got a Double Down and she ended up in the hospital. I don't know if I remember that. Damn. That's wild. Lurk, I'll believe it when I see it. It's been a while. The chickens are a week away from being in the freezer. Oh, damn. Wait, Fig and Beats are IRL people? Yes, we know each other from way back when. The way back times. Oh, don't sugarcoat it. Okay, Lurk. Okay, bye. Okay. Should we attempt to get some work done? Okay, new artwork. There's new minions. What else? Okay, yeah. Other things that are gonna supplementarily change based on the minion rework. I don't think I want to change like Butcher and Necromancer and Swamp. Those are all those technically will be nerfed by this, so they could in theory get a buff, but I still honestly think I'm gonna nerf them anyway. They're gonna get nerfed, and then they're gonna get double nerfed by the minion change, which means they might be pretty low in the ground. But I kind of rather them be too weak, and then we kind of see how everything else performs without them. No, you don't add sugar to the chickens before I freeze them. I wasn't gonna ask that or like make a joke about that, but I'm glad you did. What kind of chickens do you have? We have some pictures in the Discord. There you go. Some little chickens. That's when they were cute and stuff. Yeah. Cornish rock giants. Are you sure that's not a fantasy creature? White with red eyes. Interesting. It's kind of cool. It's like the evil bunny from Monty Python. The Holy Grail. The Killer Bunny? Killer Bunny. Anyway, or the Nuggets. Have you ever had the fluffy ones to eat or just to have them? BRV, I'm gonna take a few pictures and post in my Discord. Awesome. I will share once you do that. Okay, let's look at card design here. Oh, a bird landed on my window. Luckily Luna's not there. She'd freak out. Okay, basically anything that says minions, we kind of need to... look at, you know? If School Bus comes in, tell him I think highly of him. Just that. Okay. I'll let you know. I haven't seen him in a while. He wasn't here last stream. Was he here at the stream before that? Probably not, because usually he's not at the Friday ones. No, no, he was. He just wasn't here last stream. I don't know if is he done with his midterms? I think he was still working on those, so he might be busy with that. Barrage Magic Missiles is fine. Banish from Existence is fine. Charm might need some changing, right? Charm might need some changing, and then Maw of the Forgotten's gonna need some changing for sure. This definitely becomes more powerful. Destroy a minion controlled by the old god. But I think that's okay. We'll probably just have to look over all these. I'm so conflicted on this change. I think I just have to bite the bullet and just do it. Because my worry, I'm just gonna go over this one more time, and this is mostly just for me. And then Maximus will probably be summoned because I'm going over it for the 5th time, so it'll be okay. No. Not completely random, but your background music sounds like the fight music from his final season of Helluva Boss. I don't know if I remember that music. This is the music we're listening to is I think I told the story before, but I told it like multiple times actually, but it is Lazy Laser. He does a bunch of sort of Western synthwave music. It is not royalty free, but I asked them specifically if I could use it, and they said yes, which is very cool. So yeah. So yeah, my worry with the minion units is that it's gonna be inconsistent drawing. I guess you could put minion units on like every land, but that's a huge change. I'm just gonna have to call it. It's too much work to get it to a point where it is easily implementable. Like it takes so much more work to implement. Yeah, I think doing the minion units is just too much work. And like I want the mechanics of this to be done. And I don't know if it's that much better in comparison to card stacking. We'll still have to like figure out the fine points of card stacking. But yeah, I think we're at the point where we have to just commit to one, and I think the one I'm going to commit to is the 5 different minion types stacking. Oh, did we get chickens? Oh, we got chickens. Should I wait until Thunder is back before I show everyone? Thunder, you let me know when you're back, and I'll show the people. And then you can explain what's going on. Done and done. They're quite the delight. Here we go. Chicken time. Chickens! Woo! I like how when I brought this on, the song had the crow sound in the background. The second I brought it on, I was like, "Rah, rah." I'm like, huh? Birds? I'm like, no. Okay, wait. Here's the chickens. It's a really good blurry photo. I like it. Is it actually blurry? Is it just not loading? I think it's a little blurry. Look at him. It's a big old room you got for him. Chicken hole. Very cute. Very cute, very tasty. Sorry, I think that one did come up blurry. It's fine. I'm just being a butt. Yeah, look at them. Look at these guys. I don't know if I'd have it in me to eat chickens I raised. I mean, I probably would, potentially, like, if I just went into it thinking that, but, like, you just go up to a chicken and you're like, they love dandelions. Yeah, I can see that. I actually have eaten dandelions before. You can actually eat the greens of them. The last dandelion. Last? Anyway. Yeah, you can actually eat the dandelion leaves. And then so like we had this like thing we did when I was a kid. We like had like a quote unquote wild dinner. Ice Age? No one? Anyone? No, sorry. And we basically just foraged for food, more or less, is basically what we did. But yeah, you can eat dandelion leaves like lettuce. And then we also took I think we took the flowers of the dandelion and made it into wine, which is interesting. I can't beat the price at the store, and people pay $7.50 $7.50 a pound or something ish to grow. This is hippie dog eating dandelions. Lol. Yeah, it was like the thing is I was homeschooled for like a good portion of my younger years, so that was like an educational experience of like eating like things in your backyard, you know. That was like my science field trip, sort of. But yeah, it was interesting. Honestly, I'm not gonna go over all this. We're just gonna get into it. I do need to duplicate this because this is actually the current version of the game, I believe. Patch history. No, not patch history. Old versions. Yeah, let's not write over the current version of the game. This doesn't need to say patching anymore. I'm gonna copy this. Actually, let's just make a copy. Make a copy. Wow, I haven't touched this game in like too long. At least like a full edit of it. So this one, get rid of this. Close this. Take this. Throw it into old versions. Move. Is this the beta cards? Yeah, these are the beta cards. Then we take this one, we open it. I've known a few older hippies that would make dandelion wine. Not my favorite flavor if I had to judge. Yeah, I mean, it was... So, like, the way we made it, and, like, I never, like, really drank it because we, I was too young, right? Like, we made it when I was a kid. I had, like, a sip or two. But... It was I think we put like orange in it or something, and it basically just tasted like orange. Eventually it was like fermented for like years. It was like 10 years old at one point, and we drank it like when I was, I think I had like a bit of it when I was, like after like college or like college sort of times, and it was just like hard alcohol at that point. It wasn't even Dandelion Moonshine. It was like whiskey or something, right? It wasn't, you know, I don't think it was like a bajillion proof, but it was pretty damn like potent at that point. When I was a kid, we went to camp to pick white flowers and stick the stems in dyes and watch the flower petals change colors. Yeah. That was always cool. I did that too. It was a fun thing. Okay. This should be this. I just want to make sure I'm editing the right thing. Yes, okay. Dandelion Moonshine. I'll tell you what. They had to get one I tell you what in there for runner. For the bean. Has to be said at least once per stream, as per the quota. Do you guys even care if I'm working on games? out of curiosity. So what's the plan? What's the one thing you really want to get done today? Honestly, I'm not sure. I have like a bunch of stuff I could be getting done. But of course, y'all are very distracting. Which isn't really a slight on you, it's more on me, you know? That's more of a me problem. I could ignore you every now and then just work. But I'm distractible today, apparently. Ideally, we work on the minion thing. In armies, because really we need to get this mechanic fixed. Not fixed, but the games need to not go on forever. And so the solution is minion stacking. I don't know how many minions exactly that needs to be. We're gonna have to kind of playtest that. And then whether or not they end up having separate powers or if they're actually different at all, right? I'm about to peace out and grab lunch, so you'll be free from my annoying butt for a few minutes. Well, I do appreciate you. I do like being annoyed, apparently, because it's always nice to have you guys here and chatting with me. So, but yeah. So nerf the gods. No. So basically, the way it's gonna work is rather than it's sort of a nerf, right? Because the problem is one of the problems is if you keep drawing minions, right, eventually you get to a point where you're at, you know, however many minions, right? You're at a crap ton of minions and you just can't possibly keep up with the number of them. But it's not like you'll lose the game from it, because they have, like, you'll end up having, you know, I've got 50 units on my board, but it takes, you know, one action to kill a minion. But the problem is there's so many minions that killing this is going to take me, you know, I don't know, 5 turns or whatever, right? Which will end up being like an hour of gameplay. Because, you know, you don't physically have enough heroes to kill the things. I could make it so heroes could attack more times. You know, that is a solution too. But action economy should be something that is considered, I think. We'll miss you, Fig. True. I agree. Well, AoE kind of powers. So that could be a thing too, but then you have to introduce enough of them into the deck for that to actually, you know, you have to, that's an individual card issue and not a game mechanic issue, right? So you could have something that, yeah, kills like 3 cards and or something like that, or attacks multiple times. We are about to hit an ad break. We got 30 seconds till an ad. I'll go on a break, but I'm going to explain until then. But yeah, you have, you know, you could have, you know, cards like Archer, right, which can attack 2 targets, and that kind of helps solve that problem. But I think the solution we've come up with is as you draw minions, they stack on top of each other. And that increases their power. Kind of like how units work, but in this case, it's like, you know, you have a stack of 3 minions, and they gain in power. So they'll have additional attack power, but they won't have additional actions to kill them. We'll get more into that right after the break. It makes me sound like it's a real, like, ad break. Anyway, we'll get right back on that right after the break. So yeah, be right back. Back in 3-ish minutes.
I'm turning my card-based tabletop role-playing game into a fully fledged deck builder. That's right, a role-playing game like Dungeons & Dragons, but with the deck-building mechanics of something like Slay the Spire. Not only that, but doing so solves a bunch of problems generally experienced in many tabletop RPGs. Hi, I'm Nathan, and this is my sci-fi role-playing game called Soul. Now you might be saying, Nathaniel, you're just making this game into a deck builder because it's popular right now. And to that, I say, you're right.
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't hoping that a popular game genre wouldn't help promote my game.
But even though that is true, that's not really the reason I decided to make this change. It's actually because it solves a lot of problems in my game. But before I explain why I did it, let's explain what I actually did. To start, I'm going to use an action system similar to version 2 of my game called Concentration. Each point of concentration essentially counts as 1 action. The exception here is that more powerful cards may cost more than 1 concentration to use. This is going to be similar to Hearthstone's mana system or Slay the Spire's energy system. A player will start the game with 3 concentration and be allowed to spend it on various cards on their turn. After spending it, their concentration will regenerate when it becomes their turn again. As for the cards themselves, there are 3 different types of playable cards. Basic actions. These cards allow you to perform a simple action, mainly one of your equipped items, such as a weapon to attack an enemy. As a note here, there will be an inventory system where you have separate cards equipped, but that's for another video. Physical abilities. Generally, these are things that can be done within human means, or alien means, or whatever. Something like the Knight's Cleave ability, which makes a sweep attack hitting multiple enemies, or the Medic's First Aid ability, which allows them to heal a target even when it's not on their turn. And lastly, nano abilities. I won't kid myself, this is basically a magic system under the guise of technology. This allows a character to perform actions and go beyond what's normally possible, such as Medic being able to use mass healing, which allows them to heal allies in an area. This also helps to explain older abilities like the DJ's Scale ability, which allows you to change the size of other characters' abilities. A player will choose an assortment of these cards from a class or multiple classes to build a deck. Once they have their deck, they can use these abilities in-game, especially during combat. Once combat begins, a player will draw 6 cards and be able to choose what actions to perform by playing these cards and using concentration to do so. Once a card is played, it goes into a discard pile and cannot be played again until their deck is empty. I'm still debating on whether a player's hand refreshes every turn, or if they can retain their cards and draw enough to fill their hand. Playtesting is probably in order to decide which one's best, but let me know what you think. Either way, that's the general premise of the deck building aspect, so let's explain why I actually made this choice. For those of you who play games like Dungeons & Dragons, will likely know this sort of situation. Your party gets into a fight with some enemies, and it gets to your fighter's turn. Your dungeon master asks a fighter what they would like to do, and they say attack one of their enemies with their legendary magic sword. They attack, and then the DM asks what they would like to do with their 3 additional actions. And they simply say they want to attack with their sword again, even though there might be more interesting options that the character might have. This continues until they're out of actions or the enemy is dead. Now, you may blame the fighter for playing the game in an uninteresting or boring way. However, well, they may have other actions at their disposal. Using their legendary sword is likely the most effective option for dealing with enemies. And while it may be true that it isn't the most interesting, you can't really blame them for using their best action they can. We had the exact same issue in Soul, and for that reason we came up with this design philosophy. The mechanics should never encourage a meta or perfect strategy. Players should never be able to repeat an action or a set of actions ad nauseum. And that's where the deck building mechanics come in. At the start of combat, a player will only have 6 cards, likely meaning they won't always be able to perform their best action and have to adapt to what's given to them. Even in the case of attacking with their weapon, they may only have so many basic actions, forcing them to use some sort of other action. Not only is this good for allowing players to have a diversity in actions, but it will also make combat encounters more interesting as a whole. Not only does a player have to overcome their abilities of their enemy, but also adapt to the abilities available to them. Now this one arguably will have to be tested, but again, you've likely encountered a scenario in other games like D&D where a wizard-type character sits there for 3 minutes digging through their character sheet and trying to find what spell will work in this specific situation. With a limit on the cards, a player will only be able to choose the actions that are in front of them, which should limit their options and allow the game to run a little more smoothly.
Okay, let's see.
For our last example, how many times in an RPG have you used an ability on an enemy or group of enemies?
Give me a sec, there we go. If you're enjoying the video, please check me out at Beats Creations on YouTube. There we go. Yeah, ads are... That's not a bad idea, stacking them up. I like it. Yeah, it's, it allows for, you know, it's not that complicated. Let's get into that in half a second because I wanted to respond. Oh yeah. You said minute and a Runner Bean.
Runner Bean 36 gifted a tier 1 subscription to Edmund Thunder.
My biggest supporter here. Thank you, Bean. Well, there you go. You don't have to worry about the ads anymore. Yeah, basically the reason I do it I do a 3-minute ad break because it lets me not have ads for an hour, and then that way we can kind of just have an ad break. Rather than you know, whatever. But you know, I guess it doesn't really matter because now half the people are subbed. But yeah, no, the idea is it's just, you know, we don't have to interrupt anything. We can actually just take a 3-minute ad break and then we get back to working on stuff. It's good for me, it's good for you, it's good for everyone, sort of. It's good for Twitch. But yeah. Do you think who is Bean? Who Bean isn't here. True. I don't know who Bean is. Thank you for the gifted sub. Yeah, look at that. Look at Bean. Being a real Giga Chad, as the Twitchies say. The Twitchies? Twitch users, Twitch people. We have a runner. True. But yes, the stacking thing, I think, is probably the way to do it. Like I said, Maximus proposed an idea where they only draw 1 minion per turn, and then you basically have minion units that are drawn from Wastelands. I think it's cool, but I'm also like, I think it's too much that has to change in order to get to work. It's more work on the rulebook. Have you already playtested? I playtested once. Once? Yeah, once. I just used like playing cards and stuff. And the idea is to eventually have like more different unit types. So the way that the way they stack, or they're going to stack, is essentially there's going to be 3 different, or you know, 4 to 5 different types of minions. And when you draw a type of that, or like when you draw a minion of the same type that's already out, then they stack, right? So let's just pretend all these are minions, right? So like, say all these are different minion types, right? We're pretending. if you draw another one of these, you go, oh, that stacks, right? And then the more of these you draw, they stack. If you draw, you know, one of these, why is it not working? You draw like, oh, there's another one that stacks, right? And so like types of minions will stack, whereas new kinds, so you draw like a new one, and then that's a new type of minion. So yeah, we did one playtest, and it felt good. So how many stacks can there be? Only as many as there are types of minions. That's the idea. Yeah. That's the concept. Because like I said, the one other idea was doing the old god. How many different kinds of minions do you have at the moment? One. So we'd have to make like 3 or 4 more. We play tested with four different types is what we started with. But yeah. The minions themselves don't actually have to be any different. It just has to be different artwork. The way I played it was I just used like normal playing cards, right? I just had, okay, that's a minion type, and I had, you know, a bunch of those in the deck, and then those just they acted the same as minions, they just stacked differently. Now they probably will have different mechanics, like potentially like different stacking mechanics, right? So if I get a stack of 5 of these minions, it ends up making them, you know, deal an extra 2 times damage or something, you know. And how many stacks did you allow that test? I did 4 in the test, and it felt good. Honestly, we hardly had that much stacking. We only ever got to like a 2 stack on it. Granted, we did take out, like, there were Forsaken Forests and stuff like that, and we did counteract them pretty easily. Like, there's a few minion drawing lands that we took care of early that probably helped. We'll definitely have to have more playtests, and I'll probably try to do one Friday, maybe. We'll do another Friday playtest. It's kind of what we've been doing. But yeah. I also want to just get more playtests in general, so yeah. That's I think the plan, though, is just to have them stacking, and then I was thinking 4 to 5 different stacks of minions. 5 feels like a more right number, but playtesting with 4 was almost already enough, but I don't know. So I think that's the plan. It's nice because we get to do more art, and I like doing art. So yeah, that's the current plan, I think. Wonder if an ability like at the end of the turn put on 2/3 of 1/4 of the. Wait, sorry. Let me try to decipher this. Wonder if an ability like at the end of the turn stack, at the end of, wow, my brain can't read. At the end of the turn stack and put on 2 to 3, 1 to 4 of the minions. I don't know exactly what you're saying. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. Maybe my dyslexic brain is on 2/3 or 1/4 of the minions. So at the end of the turn, these minions would stack into another minion. Yeah, sort of. You can come up with some fun mechanics for minions for sure. Yeah, I got you. F you. Just kidding. Yeah. No, you can definitely have interesting stuff. Like, yeah, there could be ones that like their stats like doubles or something crazy. If like the you know, you could have different minions do different things. But yeah, the interesting thing is you will always be gaining minions, right? Because the old god's gonna draw minions. So if, as it draws, you know, it'll draw 2 per turn and it'll stack those guys. And then if you end up getting something like a Forsaken Forest, which draws 3 additional minions, then it'll drop those on there. And, you know, it'll be interesting. There's definitely more, like, one of the idea, like, to contrast this, Maximus's idea for minions would instead be have counters on them, and then as it, you know, draws additional minions, it stacks them in order of, you know, highest strength to lowest strength, right? Or lowest strength to highest strength, so you get more even scaling. But I'm not 100% sure that matters. Like, technically on a turn, you could draw, you know, a bunch of minions that are all the same. And then you just get one powerful minion instead of a bunch of minions on the board. 5 seconds, some minions disappear that heal the boss or something. Yeah, or like, you know, once you get to a X number of stacks, it draws a card, or yeah, or deals more damage, or basically stuff that's gonna be like very yeah, healing isn't quite a thing in the game, but I do like that concept of like a boss buff. Yeah, +1 damage for each minion stack. Yeah, exactly. And we'll probably need something like that on a monster, because the way Maw of the Abyss works right now is kind of going to be broken, I think. It needs too many, what's the word? Too many... Oh god, I can't think of the word. It needs to explain too much to be on a card. There's a word for that, and I'm blanking on it. But yeah, right now it plays first. It plays before the turn order, but then it would have to, it like destroys a minion to be able to attack. But if it destroys a minion, then it like, which minion does it destroy? And like it gets, there's too many. God, there's a word, and I can't find it. It's okay. It doesn't matter. Like you have to tack on too much stuff to explain it. So, yeah, I think we could come up with some interesting powers for him. Overcrowded. Yeah, for sure. This is gonna drive me crazy. Hold on. No. Nope, it's not giving me the word. That's fine. Destroy the last minion played or something. That could be it. But the problem is, I did think of that actually. That was actually one of my notes here. But the problem is last minion played could be part of a stack at that point. Which maybe it could kill a minion in the stack, but I don't know. I guess I could just say that, right? Destroy the, like, a singular minion card. Because I don't want to destroy an entire stack of minions. Convoluted. Yeah, I think that's it. Well, maybe. There's a word like where it's like you have to keep adding additional phrases to make it work, and I can't think of that phrase. It again, it doesn't matter. I'm just being stubborn. I'm like, what is this word? It's okay though. It's not text bloat, but that's good enough, right? I don't know. It's fine. It's like I was looking. It doesn't matter. Let's move on. I'll think of it at some point. I'll just randomly like yell it out loud in like 3 days from now. I'll just be like cooking in my kitchen and be like, that's the word. And then I'll just like send it on Discord. You guys will be like, what is he talking about? Anyway, yeah, so that maybe that works, right? I'll have to we'll have to see. But yeah, I think it's the most elegant solution without having to change too much. Yeah, there's gonna be some stuff that changes because of it, but doing the whole minion unit solution means I have to change the rule book a lot. I have to have rules for how minions or units are placed. I get the struggle. Being bilingual, I am often looking up words because French has a word for it, but English doesn't, or vice versa. Yeah, right. And it's more of like, it's like, it doesn't actually matter the term itself, but I feel stubborn because I'm like, I want to know. I must know. Yeah, the problem with this solution, I think, is that, well, it is more... It feels like more tracking in a sense, right? It gets weird with different stacking of different cards. I guess the cards don't stack, right? It would just... You'd have to draw these for minions to become more powerful. And that feels like for minions to be dependent on here, that gets weird because of, you know, consistency issues, but maybe not. I mean, I guess technically the other way it works the same way too. This just feels like a lot more changing than just stacking cards as you draw them. Well, if you're adding a stacking effect to minions, it's always going to be adding new mechanics to the rulebook. True, yeah. I just think it's more work to add a whole, like, counter mechanic to the minions. Granted, you could use counters as you're stacking minions up. Like, that's, you know, you're like, okay, there's 6 cards on here. I did find a tabletop thing where I can just put the counter on the cards and it tells you how many cards are stacked, which is kind of cool. I'm hoping maybe I can program that actually into the minion cards themselves, so when you place them in a stack, it just automatically pops up without having to have this extra little counter on top. But you can flip it upside down, it's invisible. Yeah. And then maybe, you know, maybe editing the card frame so that the information's at the bottom, so when you stack these, they... What am I trying to do? How do I do this? Snap and grid. There we go. So like if I have additional ones, I can put maybe put the information on the bottom. So if you're playing this game in real life, if you hold them like, or have them like this, they kind of stack in a thing where you can display all the information at the bottom. But yeah, this feels like a lot more work. So if it's stacking, how many stacks are you hoping to limit the game to? Do you have X amount of minion placement? Well, the stacks would be limited. So with minion units, like if we're doing minion units, that would stack infinitely. Like you technically drawing a new minion every turn, and then the number of units can be infinite. The number of cards can, in theory, be infinite as long as it keeps drawing things. That's the minion unit idea. Minion stacking, like you're saying, which I think what you were asking about. Technically, there's only, I'm thinking like 4 or 5 different minion, things, and the number of stacks would be limited to the number of types of minions. So they're 2 separate ideas. But yeah. But yeah, probably 4 or 5. I'm not 100% sold on that number yet. But yeah. I think I just kind of need to make a decision and go with my gut, but... Well, one is more explaining the rulebook than the other. Yeah, this is definitely more explaining the rulebook. It feels like more tracking. I think the stacking is good and limitation of minion limitation, and the minion variety will add more to the game. Yeah, and you could do minion variety here too, but again, it's like, that's just even more work. Granted, if we do this concept, if we do the minion stacking and it doesn't work, we can probably more easily pivot to this one, because a lot more of the work will have been done. Because I think in order for this to work, for the minion units to work, we need minions to have more interesting effects than just be all the same. Probably. So I think doing stacking, we start with stacking, and if for some reason it sucks, we pivot over to minion units, but I kind of think this will be fine. So maybe that's the way to go. And maybe I can test this later, but I think if I move in this direction, I can easily pivot to this one. But it's not worth going the other way around, I think. So... and maybe on Friday I can test this mechanic, but we'll see. Just the same one stacking infinitely doesn't sound great. Yeah, so the idea would be it would like lower the number of minion count, but they would still draw, like, the old god would draw 1 minion per turn, right? They would draw 1 minion per turn. It could be an infinite number of minions, but it's only 1 per turn. And then the forest, like if you get a forest or something like that, that increases the number of units on the minions, is the idea. I think the other one, you get kind of more of a hard cap, right? So, I don't know. It's kind of hard to say. They both work. I just think one's just simpler, and I probably should just go with that because I really need to lock down the mechanics on this, because I don't know. I just keep I'm done with scope creep, you know. We need to lock down the mechanics, so if I want to just make more cards, I can make more cards and not have to mess around with the mechanics. The god makes new stacks and the forest stacks them, kind of thing. Yeah, so this is again the unit idea. So basically what would happen is, yeah, god makes new cards, and the lands make more units, which is kind of how, you know, the players work. So it wouldn't be like super confusing, but I don't know. It's also a good idea. I just think my gut is telling me to go with the other one. You know? No, it's definitely not a bad idea. But I also think, like, forests aren't... I don't know if drawing, like, wastelands is consistent enough without then, like, changing the whole deck, right? I'm just looking here. Like, how many of these cards actually deal with minions? Abyssal Horde draws minions. Chaos Worm draws minions. Okay, yeah, out of the whole deck, out of our... Of course, I think it's like a 50... Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, after a 56 card... Yeah, out of a 56 card deck, only 14 cards draw minions. I'm actually in the same position where a few mechanics aren't finalized, and I'm torn between different options. 12. Yeah, sorry, I didn't count right. 1... Yeah, why did I count 7? I counted 7 on each stack. Yeah, 12, whatever. So out of a 40 or 50, out of 54 card deck, 12 of them draw minions. In some fashion. Not all of them are actually drawing minions. These ones only spawn minions when they die. These ones spawn minions when something else dies. This one spawns them when they attack. And these ones just passively spawn them. So, like, we'd have to rework probably, like, half the cards to scale minions. And maybe that's too much, but I just feel like that's just, like, reworking too many cards in order to get to work. I might playtest... it might be a playtest situation to see which is better. Yeah, right. I just have the feeling this is going to be too inconsistent without changing a lot of existing cards, or like a lot of other cards to end up dealing with minion draw. Which moves the game farther away from what it currently is, but you have 2 of each, with 3 of each be better since they're the stacking mechanics, adding 6 cards. But that would increase the entire deck size, right? Because there's 6 stacks, or there's 2 of each of every card. So then it would be well, no, not to 60. It would be, yep. Well, the thing is, that would make the entire deck 60 if I just duplicated these, but the entire deck, everything has 2 copies. That's how it currently is. Every card has 2 copies. Well, with the exception of ruins and curses, but so it would also increase, and I guess World Ender or whatever. I mean, technically I could just increase just this, but can you make an exception? I could, yeah, but I don't know. It just maybe feels weird that these cards are specifically... See, I don't want the mechanic to be a card solution. I don't want the fix to a mechanic to be something you need different cards for. Like this feels like the same sort of solution as like having to make more AoE abilities for the players, right? That's kind of what this, like adding more of these cards feels like. Because I don't necessarily want the balance to come from the different card types beyond, or different powers of specific cards. Obviously there is some balance in there, right? Like but like each card should relatively be, the fix is for too many single stacks of minions. No, I see what you're saying. I definitely get what you're saying. What I'm throwing out is that the adding more cards to the deck feels like I'm adding more cards to fix the problem, whereas the solution should be a mechanics solution, isn't it? A cheat? Sort of, yeah. Hopefully I'm explaining that right. I don't know if that makes sense exactly. And that's why, I mean, I think this solution feels a little bit cleaner, or sorry, not this one, but the, you know, minion stacking mechanics, not units. Problem is we're talking about 2 different things, and then going back and forth gets kind of confusing. But yeah, I think stacking just the minions themselves, I don't know if it's as interesting. I don't know. I don't know what's better, you know? But why do you need to add more? Add more of these to help the, like, because all these cards would be the ones that add units to things. I think technically in our idea that Maximus was talking about is that these would, the old god would also add units. So draw 1 card and then add 2 units, I think is the concept. And then all of these cards, rather than drawing new minion cards, would add units. But these are the only cards in the deck that would do that. So either, like Thunder was saying, we could throw more of these cards in the deck to account for that, which I don't want to add. Like I said, I don't really want the solution to be adding more cards. I want the solution to be fixing the mechanic, right? Like a mechanical fix instead of a card fix. So I don't know. And then But yeah. Of course, the other solution is just doing this, right? Where we just have minion stacking. Does that actually work? Yeah. No. So, I don't know. There's maybe bound to be like a better solution than this, but one of these solutions maybe is better than the other. But I think this one is just easier. The stacking minions is easier than adding a whole unit mechanic. I don't know. What do you guys think sounds better, right? So with the simpler stacking, you'll have 3 to 4 different minions, but how many of each? 4 to 5. So here's how I play tested, and I'll just show you kind of the idea, right? Let's actually show it rather than... So what I did 4 to 5 in my playtest, but it could be any number, right? I think I did like, you know, whatever, like I did like 20 cards or something. But the number isn't really the number of like total cards isn't as important, because in theory the game should be over by the time, you know. So the idea, actually, let me undo that. Oh god, I broke everything. So the concept, I guess I have 40 cards here. The concept is when you draw a card, you place it, and then if you have additional copies, you stack them on top of each other. Of course, I'm getting a bunch of the same this time. Did I even shuffle this? That's the concept. The stacking one, you have 4 minion types with 4 cards, each max. Wait. Second type, you have 4 minion types with 4 cards, each max with different effects depending on the stack. Well, so it'd be 4 cards each with a maximum of like infinite number of stacking, right? In theory. Obviously, I would have to, it depends on how many cards you have in the deck, but I think that's better. So you're in an unlikely event, you could have minions be stacked like 10 to 20 on a stack. Yeah. But granted, like, players can also have, you know, a hero with, you know, 50 units on them, you know, especially if you're getting to that point where a minion has 10 stacked on it. It's not going to be that bad if it hits a hero who has like 20 units on it. If you've gotten to the point where a minion has 20 stacks on it, the game should be over. You know, like the game should be over at that point. And that's kind of the idea of stacking minions, is that rather than having a game where you know you've won, right? Where it's like, okay, I have 600 units on my side of the board. That's probably an exaggeration. Let's just say 100 units on my side of the board. That can happen, has happened before. But there's 80 minions on the board, and it'll take 6 turns to kill all of them because I just don't have enough heroes on the board. That's not fun, right? That sounds too much, no. I mean, I'm being a little bit dramatic, but the problem is minions as individual threats, especially when you're very powerful, doesn't do a lot, right? so one of these solutions should in theory make it so you can kill a stack, because you'll end up having, you know, a lot of units, but you won't necessarily have as much action economy. At least late game, right? Or like early game. I don't know. In theory, it should work. I'm kind of getting a little lost in the explanation here, but I don't know. Does that make sense? Like currently how the game is, you could have a ton of minions and a ton of units, but still not be able to punch through all of them because you don't have enough attacks per hero. Because each hero can only attack once. So it's a solution of the action economy problem. You make sense. No, you make sense. That's the yeah, that's the concept. You know, those are the two different mechanics ideas. Like I said, I mean, this one should be easier to implement. Our minion stacking versus minion units. I think this is easier to implement because really all I need to do to start implementing it is just make different art. Whereas this one kind of has like a lot of feels like it has a lot more like of balancing of the deck I would need to do. Gotta bounce. Bye, Beans. Thank you, Bean, for stopping by. Thank you for that gift sub. You are just a peach, you know? You're a bean, not a peach, but you know. Goodbye, Bean. You'll be sorely missed. Yes, I thank you very much. Yes, indeed. Later days. Yeah. So that's what I'm thinking. I think I just have to commit to one, and in this one I'm leaning toward just because it feels simpler and it feels more like the game. But like the biggest problem with this version is that you could, you know, like I just did, I could just draw like 6 kings in a row, right? And then you would end up just only with one minion with a bunch of power on it rather than a bunch of different minions, which is variety, which is not always a bad thing, but could be could just be bad, you know? Whereas this one, you'll get minions, but they'll always have like relatively similar power levels. So that's the thing. I think I just need to commit to one, and I think I'm going to commit to this one. And then if it doesn't work out, then maybe I pivot to the other one. But this one feels like it has a lot more work balancing the deck, whereas this one basically works with the deck we already have. Sorry, I keep forgetting that my screen's more zoomed in on OBS here, so yeah. But yeah, thank you for talking through it with me, because I'm I mean, I think this is the way to go. I don't know if y'all agree, but I think just the cards stacking on top of each other is just simpler, more elegant. It's at least a plan, right? It's basically the biggest issue currently in the game that needs to be solved. Is just games that go too long and become unfun because you're just managing, you know, way too many units because the game has gone on for too long. And the game's like, you know, I don't mind games being like an hour, maybe an hour and a half, but when they go past that, it's just like, it's too much. It's not really fun anymore. It's just tedious. If it was like a video game, maybe, but I don't know. Maybe I should test both of them. Maybe I'll do that Friday. Maybe I'll test the other one. Maybe. We'll see. Everyone has had that Monopoly game break them. True. So true. You could have a system with different minions, but they can stack on each other and placement is decided by like a dice roll or something. Yeah, I suppose you could. Yeah. But then, like, if they stack and they have different mechanics, how do you, like, determine which mechanic to use, right? Or if you're using both mechanics or that kind of thing, right? I guess it would be like the top minion, so the last drawn one's mechanic is used. I don't know. That feels like a little weird, and that's where like I think you would want to move toward this system, right? The unit system, because then you could have minions that are like almost as powerful as monsters. But at that point, like, why aren't you just empowering your monsters with minions instead? And then like, why have minions at all? It's kind of how I feel about that, but despite the fact that like minions are their own consistent threats, but yeah, top card mechanics apply. Yeah. This solution's just slightly more elegant than that right now, but it depends on how many segments. Yeah. I think I just have to go with this one. There's nothing wrong with this one, the stacking sort of mechanic, and I think I just pick this for now. And if it sucks and we keep getting like too many things stacked on top of each other, then maybe we do something else. But for now, I think this is the way to go. I just need to be confident. I'm being like, I don't know. I'm being lame. I think I'm very, very unsure of it, and because it's a big change. It's kind of like when we switched to, you know, playing, you know, 2 of each card instead of, you know, 1 of every type and that kind of thing. I really took a long time to decide on that. And same with this, right? This is like a change sort of on that level. I just need to, it's more of like me being unsure of myself, and feeling like I need the correct solution because I don't want to like work on this for forever, and have it not really work out, you know. But with all that said, I think maybe the move here is just start making art, because even if neither of these mechanics are used and we decide, you know, all this sucks, we're just gonna end up using the old minion system, whatever. I'm just gonna clip it and ship the game as is, right? There's never really any harm in having more artwork. So I think probably the next hour of the stream is going to be drawing a new minion. Because adding minions has always been, like, different minion types has always been a plan, but not necessarily a plan for version 1 of the game. So even if this doesn't work out, we have minions to add for future versions of the game when I add like expansions and stuff like that. And your art is awesome. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. But yeah, I think that's the move. I think we're just gonna start by adding 3 or 4 more new cards to go along with the Endling, and then we can test it out And if they don't work out, they go into, you know, the beta. And if they do work out, then huzzah. And I like drawing, so I kind of want to make it a goal to like try to draw every day, even if like I am drawing like a ton when I'm doing this game, right? But it'd be nice to like just work on art even if I'm not working on this. So this also adds more whatever. Although pretty much all the art I've done has been on stream. I don't think I've worked on any armies art off stream. Pretty much this whole game, with besides the initial conception of it, has been done on stream. So I could probably actually, well, and the rulebook. But I could probably tally up the number of hours I've streamed and be like, okay, I've worked on this game for X number of hours. Of course, it's also Black Ridge has been worked on stream as well, but okay. Anyway, we're gonna come up on another ad because time goes too fast apparently. The question is, we currently have endlings. What are the 3 to 4 other minion type names? I kind of like maybe going with like lings at the end, right? Like voidlings. Voidlings are in like a lot of other games though, so I don't know if that's like cool because it's like something that you've seen before, or if it's like, yeah, I've seen that in like Risk of Rain, I've seen that in League of Legends or whatever, you know? But I do like the idea of voidlings. And it also was like a term we use a lot in game, right? Like we have the of course they say, yeah, we have this term a lot, and then I can't find it. You know, Void Rift, Void Hollow. I thought there was another one. There's Void Rift, I think, right? It was Ruins. I already said that. Void Rift, Void Hollow, whatever. There's, you know, Void is a theme that pops up a lot. Eidolon? Let me look that up. Eidolon. An idealized, a specter, or phantom. That is a cool word. We'll add it to the potentials. Eidolon. Interesting. Huh. That's a cool word. Oh, I copied the phonetic pronunciation because I was like, how do you pronounce this? It's used for the minion, same type of creatures in Dota. Okay, gotcha. I do like the name. It also means an idealized person or thing. Which is interesting. All right, this is our endling, voidling. Like, hard drive just sometimes like just makes noises. Anyway, like we could go with that whole concept and like look at like you could do like a blightling or a shardling. Shardling sounds weird. Abyssling, that doesn't really work. Abyssaling, no, doesn't really work. You probably couldn't just do all that, but similar to a homunculus, I think. Interesting. That kind of makes sense. Yeah. Oh, interesting. That's a look-alike in a human form. I don't know if maybe it's not appropriate then, but it could be cool if it looks like sort of vaguely human-like, right? Spirit image, living or dead person, the shade. Yeah, it's the image of someone living or dead. So it looks like it's like like a mimic, but not a mimic. Like a shapeshifter almost, right? Like a ghost that looks like someone or looks like a person. Or like a spirit that looks like a person, right? Which is, you know, I guess pretty similar to like the modern day ghost, right? But I suppose it could take on the form of someone to trick people, maybe. I don't know. That's interesting though. Maybe I know it's just from a game. Yeah, I'm just reading the wiki. I kind of do like the idea though of like sort of going with the maybe solidifying the lore that like there's different places in the in wherever the old gods came from, right? The you know, there's a few different like archetypes we have, right? Like we have yeah, I guess Void Stalker's another one, right? We have like the Void as one sort of area, right? That might be wherever they come from, the old gods realm. Shade kind of looks like Shade, and Ravager kind of had that Void aesthetic. I guess the Void also has you know, these sort of glowing whatever. We also have like the Abyss, which would be, you know, whatever. We have Null Sanctum. I kind of like Null as like a potential thing. There's Null, the god of nothing. You know, god of oblivion, god of chaos. So we could have a chaoticlings, you know, chaos. Like I think maybe like there's probably other terms that are like boiling is the first boiling fit. It's not a real word. Fits. I was like, Fits the spider creature. Yeah. This guy, like the Rift Spawner. Or, oh, I guess you were probably talking about Void Stalker, right? So we could have like different like a spiderling, right? Yeah. But there's got to be like more words, because like I wonder what the suffix like ling actually comes from, right? Primarily signifies something small, young, or immature, like a gosling or fledgling. Also implies subordinate, insignificant person, like underling or princeling. Additionally, could indicate something. Okay, so yeah, but like more, there's definitely more terms like that, right? I feel like there's. Let's ask ChatGPT. I just one of them. Yeah, like might, right? Blight might. Oh, ChatGPT is really chewing on this one. It's really trying hard. Yeah, like a might, or I would be worried that this might feel like it's a minion then. Granted, it kind of almost functions as a minion. Like, it only does 1 damage and attacks weakest, but that's kind of too powerful, right? We could rework something into something, but I'd almost rather just make the Blight Might more powerful. So I would want to be careful using that naming scheme if it sounds similar to what we go with for minions, right? Oh, we're probably in an ad, aren't we? We just went through an ad. Oops. Skipped it. Give me like 2 seconds to take a break just to clear my head. Walk around for a second. Stand up. I will be back in just a few minutes. Sorry for everyone who just watched an ad and now I'm BRBing, but give me just a sec. I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
I'm turning my card-based tabletop role-playing game into a fully fledged deck builder. That's right, a role-playing game like Dungeons & Dragons, and it gets to your fighter's turn. Your dungeon, likely meaning they won't always be able to perform their best action and have to adapt to what's given to them. Even in the case of attacking with their weapon, they may only have so many basic actions, forcing them to use some sort of other action. Not only is this good for allowing players to have a diversity in actions, but it will also make combat encounters more interesting as a whole. Not only does a player have to overcome their abilities of their enemy, but also adapt to the abilities available to them. Now this one arguably will have to be tested, but again, you've likely encountered a scenario in other games like D&D where a wizard-type character sits there for 3 minutes digging through their character sheet and trying to find what spell will work in this specific situation. With a limit on the cards, a player will only be able to choose the actions that are in front of them, which should limit their options and allow the game to run a little more smoothly. For our last example, how many times in an RPG have you used an ability on an enemy, or group of enemies, that causes a status effect, like a burn, or poison, or sleep, and have forgotten to apply it each turn, or forgotten which one of your enemies is affected by it? Or how many times has your character yourself been affected by a status effect, and forgotten the next time your turn rolls around? This problem is solved using cards. Look at a game like Slay the Spire. When you're affected by a status, it's shuffled into your deck, and then when you draw that card, it's applied to you. This is exactly how it will work in Soul. Say you're lit on fire. A burn card will be added to your deck, and upon drawing it, you'll take that damage. This way, a player will never forget to apply this status effect when it's on their turn. There may be other ways that these changes help the game, but I just haven't discovered them yet, and I'm excited to see what they may be. Anyway, thanks for watching, and whoa. Hold on, Nathaniel, I hear you say. Didn't you say in your design philosophy video you didn't want a game with heavy mechanics? And isn't a deck builder super mechanically heavy? Not only that, but tabletop RPGs are supposed to allow players to do anything they want. This seems a bit restrictive. And if you are in fact saying that, you would be right. Anyway, thanks for watching, and okay, fine. Okay, fine. I'll explain myself. All right. Well, I realize a deck builder is mechanically heavy. At some point, a role-playing game has to be an actual game, like the game part. And I feel in this case, it's worth the risk. It just means I'm gonna have to be even more careful when designing my abilities in such a way to promote roleplay and avoid nitty-gritty mechanics-based abilities. For instance, abilities allow you to draw more cards, or even use abilities for free. Well, a few abilities like this could be good. Allowing players to infinitely draw cards, like a Shiv build in Slay the Spire, might end up being a little bit much. And as for a player not being allowed to do what they want, yeah, that's also true. However, I like to think of this system like the options your character can come up with in any given moment. That being said, I do have some mechanics planned that circumvent this issue rather than me just using a narrative explanation. For one, if a player's not in combat, they can use an ability at any time, allowing diversity in roleplay without any consequences. As for in combat, a player can do what I'm calling a focused draw. This spends a concentration to allow a player to dig through their deck and pick out a specific card. This will allow players the freedom to do what they want, coming at a bit of a cost. However, this unfortunately isn't enough on its own. As suppose a player has 3 concentration and wants to draw a 3-cost card. They're required to spend 1 concentration to focus draw the card, meaning they only have 2 concentration left. Now, if I allow cards to persist between turns, this might be okay, but I have another mechanic to actually help. This is tentatively called limit breaking. This allows a character to sacrifice a portion of their health to gain more actions. This allows a character to overexert themselves in order to accomplish what they want. In this instance, it's to use a 3-cost card that they wouldn't normally be able to use. This would allow a character to draw a 3-cost card with a focus draw and then still be able to use it. And lastly, are free actions and roleplay actions. Free actions are things characters can do that don't require concentration or a card. This would generally be something like talking to another character, or something potentially that doesn't warrant a full concentration to perform, like turning on a light switch or picking something up. This would generally be based on the GM's discretion though, as is very situation based. And roleplay actions would be actions that do not require a card to perform, but still require concentration. Roleplay actions are exclusive to actions that do not cause any other character direct or even indirect harm. This allows a player to still do cool narrative things, even if they don't have the cards in their hand to do it. These are also sort of necessary, as if you have a party member who's dangling off an edge and you're trying to save them, but don't actually have a basic action in your hand, you can still actually do that. So I think that's everything for real this time. I have plenty of other cool ideas I want to show off to you guys, but it's probably better for another video. Let me know what you think about turning a tabletop RPG into a deck builder. I'd be really curious to hear your opinions and if you have any cool ideas. And on that note, if you want to get involved with the creation of this game, feel free to check out my Discord channel.
If you are enjoying the video, please check us out on YouTube. Beats Creations is the name. Making board games is my game. I decided to go stand mode because I can. Don't you scratch. Don't you do it. Don't you scratch. Yeah, no scratching my chair. Yeah. Luna's sitting on my chair. Here we are. Anyway, so what did ChatGPT give me? Lit is decent. Diminutive, often neutral or affectionate. Booklet, piglet. I like lit. Kin, I don't know if I like kin. Kitchenette. Cigarette. Wow, never realized cigarette was short for, yeah, I guess it's cigar. That's weird. Never thought about that. Cigarette. No one pronounces it like that though, you know? Anyway, oid, humanoid, android. That doesn't seem quite right. E or IE? Doggy. Sweetie. Oh, hi. Sorry. I like let. Like we could do, I think like a netherling would be cool. We could do, I don't think we could really do chaos as one, like a chaos ling. I don't know, it doesn't really feel right. I didn't think I spelled it right. I did it backwards. That doesn't sound quite right, but so bis, I guess it kind of works for everything, but but abysslet? No, that sounds weird too. kind of do like shardling. Yeah, it doesn't really work. It just sounds like you're I'm not going into it. Anyway, Blight would be good too. I don't know if we like, do we go with like the same name structure for each of them, or do we like branch out between different ones so they're more more unique per thing? Hey, that's my carpet. No, bad. No, don't act all cute now. Could we use words like chaos, grub, or something? That would be cool too. I like grub. I'll write grub down. Yeah, like you could do like void grub or something, right? I don't know, what's more interesting? Do you think, the question is, with all these, like if you do like I said, you could do ling or lit, like the LET, like you could do like a void lit or like a blight lit or something, right? Or we could try to name them like unique things. Looking at the worm thing, a thing like smaller worms like minions. Yeah. You always use a describer word before spawn. Yeah, like again, void spawn or something like that. Nether spawn, chaos spawn, void spiderling. Yeah. I guess you could use spider. I mean, maybe this is like where we do, there's the term bottom up versus top down design, right? When you design something first and apply the, well, typically I think of it in the terms of mechanics, but you could also do it in the terms of, you know, naming scheme, right? Like one, you basically either you make the mechanics and then apply the like story or theming after, or you could do vice versa, right? Yeah, you could just do spawn A, B, C, D, yeah, as placeholder names. Arguably, I don't even need a name at all. I could just start drawing and then we decide what we name it. Maybe that's what we do. Maybe we just draw and then we decide what to name it. We can all name it together. You got bosses with themes. You could, with themes, thought minions could follow those. Yeah, that's kind of actually how exactly it is. What are we naming? We're naming creatures that don't exist yet. So I think you guys are right. I should just start drawing and then we name them. Let's close out of this. Spawn creatures. Yeah, little minions basically is what we're talking about naming, but speaking of little creature spawns, hold on. Hey you. Hi. What you doing down there? Are you getting ready to be shipped? Yeah. There we go. I was gonna say that's exactly what I call my kiddos. Loony, yeah. Little Smit. I'm smitten with my kitten. You know how you call your like cats or animals anything but their actual name? You know that. Call her Smit a lot. Anyway. All right, let's do it. Let's do this thing. I don't know how, have I ever drawn and stood at the same time? I don't know if I have. I guess I must have. Feels like it needs to be a little lower though. There we go. get this all set up properly. Put that on. Hopefully that works. New. New. We want a card. Create. Let's start just by giving it a different background color because I don't like just staring at a white background. All right, I have a few ideas right off the top of my head. One, I mean, yeah, so we basically have not necessarily like boss themes, right? I mean, we technically have different gods that we could kind of name them after, right? We could do like a rot creature, a nothing creature, a decay creature, a oblivion creature, a chaos creature, an entropy creature, right? We could do all that. But we also have themes throughout the cards themselves. Like I said, there's like void and there's shadow and there's chaos and they're kind of all connected, right? You know, the abyss, that kind of thing. My first initial thought is do like a netherling or whatever you want to call it, nether spawn, and make little tiny like slimes, like little bloblets. That's idea A. Where we draw little slimes, right? You know, your typical fantasy creature, of course. You gotta have a slime in your game, right? I mean, technically the nether muck is already a slime, but idea A is little slime guys. God, why? Oh my God, this brush is just taking up all my computer processing power. There we go. So yeah, we can make little slime guys. You know, little blobs. We kind of already have like the crystal theme, right? We could do more crystal creatures, but I feel like endlings kind of serve that function. We could do something more with like the void, with this sort of tealy color, which I think is interesting. I don't know what exactly we would do with that, what kind of creature it would be. We could always kind of like just look at existing creatures and kind of combine something too. Like, I mean, the endling is supposed to be like kind of modeled off of an ant. It kind of doesn't look exactly like that, you know, and in the end, but it is modeled after an ant. I would probably do a better job now if I were to draw it, but it's an ant with 4 legs. So it just looks like a weird dog, but you know. We can do little shadow creatures as well. But maybe, honestly, maybe we just start with a little slime guy, because it's something I already have in my head, right? Let's start with that. Let's start with something that's in my head. It's always the easiest thing to start with. The thing that you're already thinking about. We need a card template. Info slot 3? Probably. So we're not drawing on areas that we don't need to fill up. I like the colors, thank you. Yeah, it's kind of like a purple, magenta, and teal sort of aesthetic is their whole thing. There's some like different blues and stuff in there sometimes too, but I try to keep to a color palette. Trying to decide if it's gonna be too difficult to draw and stand at the same time. I don't think so. I'm thinking like an orb-like guy, right? With just like a toothy mouth, you know? This is extremely simplistic, and I will make it look more... more whatever, but this is the general thought. Old blob guy. And then, you know, you'll have more in the background. That's initial thought. Do I like it? Boo? Yeah, I was gonna say it looks like a Mario Boo, huh? Yeah, kind of like a Boo, but a slime. That's what's in my head. Except probably, rather than being so circular, it's gonna be more like this shaped. You know, more of a gumdrop shape. Kind of like him. Kind of like him. He's kind of a little guy. His name is Dirk. Could be. Could be Dirk. He's kind of just a old drop. I kind of like it. I drew the shape and now I like it. Let's do some. Let's leave him like this and let's do a fine tuning sketch over him. Because I think. Like, I want him to look like he has some weight to him, so, like, maybe... We'll just do this. I like the initial shape. Let's fine-tune it a bit. He looks like he's got somewhere to be. Good. This place to be is in this game. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, I kind of like the idea where it's like, I guess maybe instead of this being whatever, it kind of ends up being more like this. Looks like he's like moving this way, right? Alright, enough of that trap. We gotta get players out of this game. True. True and accurate. I don't know if giving him like the little tail is good or not, but his eyes are also just not the same shape. Which is somewhat endearing, but also somewhat like... The thing is, like, this is basically it. Like, do I need to draw more? This is me debating whether I like the initial one more or not. But the smoke in the background, he's a winner. Yeah, right. I guess he'd be kind of more like this is more blobular, you know? Blobular is a term. Don't question it. It's okay. There will need to be a ground plane of some sort. Maybe we make some pools of something, like where they're like emerging from, right? And you have like a little like another blob sort of forming out of the pool. And then like maybe just like a few kind of in the background over here. Swamp blob? Slob? Just a little slob. Maybe we make like a pool here. That's actually a good question though, or a good statement, because we do have the Blighted Marsh, which is a swamp. Maybe we go with these sort of like light pinkish purpley colors. I guess the Endling is kind of that color too, but I think I'm going to use this card as sort of the color palette. And then maybe the Nethermuck, somewhere between that and this guy, right? I kind of like how he has like a almost like space look on the inside. So we'll copy him, we'll copy that, and we'll make something. I forgot what he looked like. I forgot what he looked like. I'm trying to like decide if I should put like some sort of like mountains in the background or something. And I'm trying to lead your eye toward the image, right? Because like this is almost like an arrow pointing toward him, right? And then so is this, right? This little line here. This sort of points you like this way, right? Leads your eye in. I think some of a blurry kind of willow tree would be cool. Like a swamp sort of tree. That could be interesting. Now you're asking me to draw a huge forest. I don't know how I feel about that. Just kidding. As I grab the window. There we go. I like the idea. I'm just trying to decide how I'd actually do it. Especially in the style, right? Maybe better look at like the witch's hut. Like these kind of trees. Oh, sorry, you can't see it. Like these sort of trees in the background almost. That could work. I could see it. Look at that cute little mud puppy, right? This little guy. I want to draw this better. This is just the idea. This is the silhouette of the card. These are like vines or like you said, like a willow tree hanging down kind of deal. Like that concept? Does that look decent? And again, we'll have like another little guy crawling out here. You won't see much of him, but he'll be there. Maybe another pool over here. Maybe just like a whisper of one there. Let's yeah, like he's so funny. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. I love him. Let's save this. Hard art, old god cards. I think it's under monsters, right? I guess as a temp name, we'll call him just a Netherling, but we'll see if we call him something different. One thing I highly recommend if you're ever digitally drawing is make your sketch layer transparent. Not only does it help you see where you're drawing your lines, but it also makes you know that you're drawing on the wrong or on the right layer, because if you draw on the wrong layer, all of a sudden your lines are transparent. Pro tip. And by pro, I mean whatever I am, you know? Whatever you want to consider me. I am also using Lazy Nezumi because it does help straighten lines a lot better. Granted, I believe a lot of these things have smoothing now built into the program, but I'm too lazy to, oh god, that's so loud. I'm too lazy to figure out how that works. Very modest you. Your art is boss. Yeah, I know, like, I can make good looking art. So I'll confidently say that, but I also know where my shortcomings are. Like, if you asked me to draw like a real human person, I couldn't do it, you know? So, but every artist is probably a bit hard on themselves anyway, you know? Do I make it so he kind of blorps a little more? I can draw a circle. I can, apparently. Let's see if I can draw a perfect. I'm using line straightening, so there we go. That's pretty good, actually. There. Hold on, let's go back to the sketch for half a second here. Do we like the idea of maybe pushing his... not really. Because, like, we could make it look so, like, all his mass is moving that way, right? But I don't think I want that. I'm trying to get this line pretty similar to the original because his shape seems, that line was probably fine. Now it's gone. It's gone forever. Jeez, okay. Also don't need to do it in one stroke. That's partly just me, being picky. It's also weird drawing standing up. I think that's part of it. Maybe you could use some like fluidity. I mean, I guess I could, right? Like I don't know. He kind of looks just like a little cartoon blob, which isn't horrible because the style isn't always like, because like the other idea, right, is we make him like, because if you think about like something being pushed in a direction, right, like he's kind of being like, it's the elongation, like all the mass should be at one end and it's pointed at the other, and then he'll snap and, you know what I'm talking about? Like if you'd imagine him as a blob moving like a snail, exactly. But like when he moves, all this jelly substance, right, is, let's use it there, is moving this way, right? So really he should look very blobby on this end and very small on this end, right? So he could look more like this shape, right? But I don't know if that's as fun, you know? Like he could be more, I mean, that's maybe dramatic, but Ground Ghost. Let's see if we can get somewhere in between, but I think that's maybe, I think maybe that's too like unnecessary. Like his design looks good, right? So is it really necessary to push it? I don't know. I think I'm happy with how he is. He's literally perfect though. Exactly. Like, do we need to make him more physically accurate for like a cartoony card game? Probably not. So we like his design, so why mess with it? He's my friend. His eyes like are also not really in the right spot, but I'm kind of okay with that. I'm trying to avoid having a tangent here. If you're not aware what a tangent is in art, it's essentially where you have two lines that meet that really shouldn't be meeting. So like when you have like a bunch of points that meet at one spot, you're like, okay, well that could be like, rather than all these points meeting at one spot, you could have them meet in different spots, right? Why do I keep popping up my, whatever, it's fine. Literally struggled to remember the word tangent for 6 years. Thanks for the reminder. You're welcome. Just for me personally, I think he should be more rounded, like his lips. Yeah, I mean, like, they could be... trying to think how to do that. I guess they could come down more. I don't know exactly what you mean, but yeah, tangent's a good word. It's definitely an important... I feel bad making suggestions because you draw literally better than I ever could. I mean, I don't think that's one, fair to yourself, first of all, because I think you draw very well, but you don't need to be able to do it to critique it, right? If you know what looks right or wrong, then I think that's still like, people can critique art without being able to make it, right? So I don't like, I totally am open to taking critiques. I just don't know exactly what you're getting at. Wise word is indeed. Thank you. Try my darndest. Here's my critique. You're cute. Aw. You're cuter. I mean, some of it will look different once I do shading and stuff, but I mean, we could give him like actual like definition to his like lip shape. That's kind of what you're getting at. I don't know how I feel about that. I guess that works. Or do you just mean rounder as a whole? Like, just the way it was kind of pointed before, make it a little more round, nothing crazy. What part rounded? Just his whole entire body? That's what I'm unsure of. So the edge of his face meets his teeth. So is it better now? Okay, cool. Yeah, no, I mean, you're not wrong. Definitely looks like less dimensional, right? Like, I feel like something could be done here too. I guess you could have like a little blurb. He looks less cute, but I think that's okay, right? He's a monster. An evil monster. Now he looks like a little mud creature. He's mad. He has a rough day at work. Angie. Just give him little arms. I was thinking making more like blob-like, having like little whatever, but it just looks like he's got little arm. I don't. It's not quite right. No, I love the stupid arms. I don't think I can keep them. I think they look too derpy. I do like it, but I feel like it's too he looks too derpy that way. Honestly, I think this is him though. Do we give him more teeth, or do we kind of like less teeth? Nah, we can't give him arms. He's a slime. No. Okay. I think that's him. So now we just need to draw the background. How do I keep doing that? I keep opening my like is there like a button that I don't know of on my tablet? That I keep hitting? I don't know. I feel like I'm not that great at drawing trees. Maybe the ground plane or the horizon needs to be farther. Trying to think how that works to make the tree look farther away. I guess, yeah, the ground, the horizon, like being over here would make more sense. Well, I don't know if I want it that far away. I kind of like how this line works. Uh-oh. Oh, 6 minutes till ad. Never mind. It's like, uh-oh, are we in an ad? We're all in an ad. We live in it. Molded by it. Didn't see the not ads until I was nearly a man. I think I might get rid of that because I don't want it to look like it's that close. Oh, is touch on? Ah, that's why I keep activating things. Touch screen is on. Silly me. Silly beats. Tricks are for kids. I feel like I need to look up some reference here. What are the I was thinking like that like the stuff that's in like Florida, those like the stuff that hangs off trees, you know what I'm talking about? Tree hanging things. Florida. Spanish moss, that's what I'm looking for. Not moss. It looks really pretty, but it's also like terrible and invasive and awful. Spanish moss. Oh, there are a lot of. Oh, I don't know that word. Plants in Florida. Spanish moss. Invasive. I always love those trees. Yeah, it's an invasive like thing that kills trees. And kind of we have old man's beard, but it's dark. Yeah, look at like this stuff. Like look, all these images make it look pretty, but the problem with it is that like it's just a breeding ground for like bugs and stuff, and it's just awful. This is kind of almost the vibe we're going for right here. Yeah, they make it look pretty. It is not. It is awful. There's like moths in it and like nests, and it's gross. No, that's crazy. Old man's beard is natural here, from what I know. Let me look it up. It looks a little bit finer, I think, old man's beard. I think it's actually different. Yeah, interesting. We have, like wisteria near here, which is really, really pretty, but is it wisteria? Yeah, wisteria. Super pretty pink flowers, but once it like dies, you see all these like vines that are just like strangling trees. So that's super interesting. Now, how do I draw this is the question. How do you simplify? How do you simplify this? Because it's kind of in strands. They do get pointed though. Like it's kind of. I honestly might draw this in the color that they're gonna be rather than. Like just draw them in lines rather than like I am right now. And the trees can kind of be as is, and then we'll draw it, whatever. This will be very background. This one maybe will have line art. A lot of the style choice I do for a lot of this is once something gets far enough back, it doesn't have line art anymore. It's just the colored art. And I use, you know, the colors to actually color the line art itself. If that makes sense. It's not even line art. Sorry, it didn't make sense. If you can simplify it tumbly, I think you'll get it. I believe in me too. I think it's just I don't want to be too detailed. And if you get really like detailed with line art, right, you see this is like, you know, you end up seeing a bunch of lines. But if I end up, you know, deciding to make this, you know, like it's a vine and I do this, that's gonna look better than, you know, having to do like this and then fill a bunch of those with the color, right? I think that's gonna look better. And it fits the style because background art, like I said, the background art doesn't have line art. So I think that's fine. But thank you. I'm glad you have faith in me. All right, I think that's the background line art. I think I'm gonna color him first, and then we'll move to the background, just because I want to, not for any particular reason why, but. We're in an ad, aren't we? We're in an ad. You know, why not? I'll take a break for a minute. BRB.
I'm turning my card-based tabletop
Go to the next
role-playing
video.
game into
I've been making a cooperative trading card game, and this card right here almost ruined everything. The bridge card was so fundamentally broken across so many versions of the game that I had to refactor my entire game just to make it work at all. But before we get into that, let's explain how the game works, because if you don't know how the game works, you know? Well, it's how it is. In Armies Against Entropy, players work together, placing cards to gain synergies, allocating units to distribute power where needed, granting each card more health and damage, and battling the Old God, a deck of cards designed to provide challenges to the players and serve as the main antagonist of the game. The most important thing you need to know is that each card had up to 2 different types of effects. There are base effects, which are in the main body of the card, similar to any other trading card game you've seen. Then there were activated effects, indicated by this blue gem box beneath the base effect. These activated effects required certain conditions to be met before they could be triggered. With all that in mind, let's dive into the bridge card itself and its copious problems it had in each version. We'll explore how it evolved and ultimately shaped the game into what it is today.
What you doing, little buddy?
Well, the bridge card was so bad, I just figured I'd build a new one.
Well, we fixed it in the end, so you just have to, like, listen to the story.
Yeah, but I think we could still use a new one.
All right, buddy. Just keep doing your thing.
The bridge card was designed as a support card, helping to provide effects from your cards to your ally side of the board. This card was added about midway through the original development cycle, so there were a lot of things changing and happening around it. The intention was to increase interactions between allies.
As per always, if you're enjoying the video, check it out on Beast Creations. I really got to get better at... I really should start setting timers for when the ads are. Keep messing that up. I got these new protein bars. They're not good. It's not horrible, but it's not great. What ads? Yeah, you're subscribed. You just get to watch my videos instead. Which is really just an ad for me. It's me doing an ad for myself. So no matter what, you're kind of getting ads. But one's more beneficial for me. Well, ads technically give me money, but... Is that why I don't get ads anymore? Man, thank you, Bean. Yeah, right? Yep, subscribers don't get ads. What a swell guy Bean is, yeah? You know? All right, this is the Nether Muck. We're gonna copy his design a little bit. I'm surprised it's actually a solid color. Can we just solo this layer? We're just gonna steal these colors. Doesn't look so good when it's just the color layer, huh? Oh, hi. Oh, that's my granola bar. No. It's my protein bar. You can't eat it. It's mine. Yoink. Get yoinked, nerd. Mwah. No, stay. Stay. Love me. Mwah. You tolerate me, kitten. Look at face. Look at face. Yeah. You're very warm. Because you've been sleeping in a box. A little fuzzy therapy. You need to take a little kitten break every now and then. You gotta go like this. Gotta bury yourself in the floof, you know? I like her ear fluff. Yeah, so she's got the fluffs in her ears, right? They stick out. Looks so funny. But she also has fluff on the back of her head. It's the other sides. You probably, yeah, you can see it. Yeah, the little fluff behind her ears. And that is seasonal. It's a seasonal treat. It goes away and comes back after she, apparently. It went away and I was like, oh man, I like those. Those were cute. And then she's been shedding her winter coat and the little fluffs on the back of her head have come back. Okay, you can be free. I love you, bye. I haven't slept in a box since I was homeless in Vancouver. Oh no, Thunder. Well, I'm glad you're not sleeping in a box anymore. I don't know if that's true or not, but either way, now I have cat hair all over my face. Here we are. It's funny and true. No. Well, I'm glad you're in a better place now. Which sounds like you're dead. He's in a better place. I'm glad you're doing better. Hey, no. Yeah, I know. It's a rough life not scratching the couch. Yeah. 6 feet above, not 6 below. True. I guess it's just white. I don't know why I sampled the color. I don't know if I like the... No, he looks like a thwomp with a cross-eyed. I don't know if I like that though for this eye shape. Unless it's more like a glow than a pupil. But the problem is when you do a glow like that, it looks like a pupil, and people are like, Why is he looking in like 2 different directions? Unless I just go around the whole eye like this. Which is kind of the opposite of what it is. That's good. I like that. So I'm thinking like lore wise, these little guys would evolve into something like another muck. They start kind of just like a bloop and then kind of evolve when they combine or whatever. As they start eating things, they become what another muck actually is. Right? They become this thing that just eats boxes. Or rather, entire cities, eventually. That's my headcanon. Because it's not like I really have any... This is bound to just be a magenta layer on top of this. I think he'll be a little bit smoother and less wrinkly. Do you want that to be soft light? Nah, it's fine, just normal light. He's looking in 2 directions. The French. Yeah, the eyes I want them to be more glow and not like split eyes, but like, yeah, we'll have to see. We'll probably play around with that more. He's also like auto mod. Oh, you're not allowed to say that, Thunder. I'm gonna allow it. But it's a French word. I'm just gonna allow it. For slow. Slow is French return. There you go. I don't think the slow was the issue. Yeah. Yeah, we can just yell at Twitch for being inconsiderate. I would be careful about saying stuff like that because Maximus got banned the other day. I don't know if y'all saw that. Did you see that? You definitely weren't there for it, Thunder, because it was a few weeks ago, or like a week ago. But he's fine. Well, he's using a different account now, but yeah, he got completely banned off Twitch. He was making some jokes about like, I don't know if I should say it. It wasn't like it was clearly a joke. He was being silly, talking about murder basically, and he kind of kept the bit going for too long, and then Twitch was like, you're done. But yeah. So you had to create a different account. But yeah, unfortunately that stuff is out of my control. So just be careful. Is all I'm trying to say. Watch Harry Potter in French just to hear what they call when they call wands baguettes. Our boy got, he did. Let me throw away my wrapper here before my cat starts playing with it. Well, now I know what I'm doing this weekend. So watching Harry Potter in French. I guess let's do a darken layer on here. We'll use this this blue, maybe? I think that's the same color as this. So let's just do it as a multiply layer. Pretty subtle, but it's okay. We're okay with subtle. He's looking a lot less cute, but it's okay. He's supposed to be kind of a monster, you know? Who would have thought a monster should look not cute? Especially if he's trying to eat you. That's him. He's done. It's just my screen, but he might be a smidge too dark. Maybe. Yeah. You might be right. I mean, if the background's like brighter, which is kind of what I was thinking, but the line art is kind of dark. Maybe I could take a pass at it. I bet people would buy him as a plushie. That would be pretty cute. Because I guess we could kind of do like... We could maybe add a little more pink to him. Let's try that a little bit. Fleshy slob. Let's do this and then just... Maybe like that. He also might be slightly transparent. I'm not entirely certain on that yet. Let's start by drawing the background and we'll kind of figure it out. All right, background is, believe it or not, behind him. Well, maybe I should figure this out beforehand. I kind of do like this, like, sort of bright layer of pink. Maybe we do a little more of that too. Hold on. I'm just noticing it now. Give him a little saliva. I guess this would be... Put the character all in one layer. Hold up, wait a minute. Good thing y'all can't ever see my the names of my layers because they're never spelled correctly. Who would have thought? Nah. That might be an extra we add at the end. Okay. Background color. It's I think the sky is gonna be more of a maybe kind of like the color of the Ravager sky, but I also want to pull up what is it called? The Blighted Marsh. I mean, maybe we could go kind of more this color. Let's just see. Something like hey, don't do that on the line art layer. Thank you. Well, ladies and gents, indoor work is done. Going out to the garden. I'll see if Wi-Fi makes it with my phone. If it does, I will lurk. And if not, adios, muchachos. All right, dude, Thunder Dude. I appreciate you being here as always. Yeah. Thank you for being here. Good luck with your gardening, and yeah. Worst case, we will see you later, my friend. Yeah. Thank you for stopping by. And well, not even just stopping by. Thank you for being here for as long as you were. I'm trying to figure out how long I'm going for. I'm already, I've just been, like, going long on my streams lately. 20 more minutes. I probably will. I mean, I'm gonna probably finish this card, but maybe not. If it gets too late, I'm just gonna, like, I'll call it, but right now, why not, you know? Because when I'm done, I'm probably just going to be done for the day with work. I like the art streams. Thank you. Yeah. I guess that was one of the things I was going to ask is, like, what kind of streams do you guys like the most? I like the art streams too. The game design and the art streams are probably the most fun for me. Obviously, we do like some other little bits in between, like rule books and blah, blah, blah. Rule books is probably the most boring streams. But it's like one of those things, it's like it has to be done, and if I guess I can do it on stream, you know. I think I kind of want the sky to be this color, but like it's brighter at the top and like fades downward. You know what I mean? But yeah, I like doing art on stream for sure. Yeah, I wish I could like gather more data on that kind of thing, like what the best, you know, streams are and that kind of stuff. What the people like, you know. We like that kind of gradient. I don't want to make it more of a gradient though. Trying to make a natural gradient, you can sample the like transparency in between and then kind of work your way down. So that's kind of a nice way to do that. Oh, hello, kitten. Here. Why does this cord keep seeming like it's getting shorter? Are you staring them down because you saw the camera moving? You're like, what is this? Maybe I attacks? Hmm? Oh yeah, slow blinks. Good kitty. I don't know. I like that. That's kind of cool. Should I do chase streams where it's like 1 part, 2 part, etc., or just commit to one project and get it done in one go? I don't think it really matters for my like experience, because like most of the time people are doing art streams, you're never gonna catch it like at the beginning of the stream, or not, you're never, but typically you're not going to. So I don't think that really matters that much, honestly. People are there to like hang out with you, and like a lot of it is like co-working, right? Like a lot of people do stuff while I'm working. I'm not so much like art streams typically aren't like the people who are super fully engaged. That's maybe unfair to say, but like they're not like gonna be the people who are like super, and there she goes into her box. Do miss our original Blob Boy a bit. Yeah, he's definitely not as cute, huh? That was our original sketch. Honestly, you know what makes him slightly more whatever is this. Oh, wait. This one line. Come on. Makes him less cute. But I mean, with the style we were going with was, I think it's okay if he looks kind of ugly. We'll maybe tweak him a little bit, but because I like the idea of you doing an art stream where you can mostly see the art start to finish. I mean, yeah, I mean, maybe people actually, you know, appreciate that, and I'm sure people do, right? But I don't think it's strictly necessary to do. Either, so, you know. I try to finish an art per stream. Granted, we probably would have been done by now if I started at the beginning, right? So, you know, here we are. Is it worth even showing the cat in the box? You're just kind of like a little fluff down there. I'm just blocking out all these colors. What color should like the leaves of the trees be? I feel like I don't want to go too far. Like it shouldn't really be green. Problem isn't there isn't really like greenish red, you know? It's a color you can't come across with see with the human eye. It's either orange or magenta. Granted, orange is probably technically more whatever, but it's also not really a color of the color scheme. So I'm probably just gonna pick an existing color. What color is this actually? It's a very dark magenta. Maybe this color for now. Can always recolor it later. I'm kind of thinking about trying to make him a little bit more like his original sketch, but I'm unsure. Please hold. I have a thought. And hear me out. It's the teeth. Do we like that better? Or it's kind of just less like real teeth. I think I like it better just from like a thematic standpoint. He looks more jello-y because like the teeth don't really make sense, right? I don't know. Maybe that's a little better, more closer to our original sketch. We'll keep working on it. For now, that's better, maybe. Trying to figure out how to detail this a little better. We also can see what he looks like a little bit transparent too. Just a smidge. Maybe it's the extra teeth too. I kind of don't mind him looking cuter, despite what I was saying about him looking whatever, but he should look somewhat non-threatening, right? Because he is a minion. Because they are supposed to not be threatening on their own. Right. Oh, that's the overlay layer on. Forbidden booger. Yes, exactly. If not friend, why friend shaped? We always love a friend who, or a not friend who's friend shaped. That looks better, right? That looks more like what we were originally going for, I think. He feels more like the original. I need to give him some like eye glow and stuff. We'll make him stand out from the background, but for now, let's do that. We have Tom outlines here, but I just know if I found the right one, I could it and pet it. Maybe. Definitely not friend, but very friend shaped. That's more like the original, right? That's kind of more what we were going for. Again, he's kind of dark against the background, but we'll make him stand out with all our rendering and stuff. Do we miss our original sketch a little less? All right. The sketch will forever be ingrained in my head. Yeah, it's a little bit better though. It's a little closer to what we were going for. Somehow, sometimes the sketch just always like ends up. Sketches are weird because I guess, you know, one of the things is like a sketch. The interesting thing about sketches is that I think your brain fills in a lot, so you always will like a sketch better. Because that's why, like, a lot of time you draw a sketch and then you draw the line art and you're like, why does this look so much worse than my sketch? And it's because your brain is just filling in the gaps that, you know, which makes you like it better, right? It's like, of course you like it better because your brain made it the exact way you want it. If I ever unlock the I draw a doodle thing, I'm definitely requesting the original blob plus the feet. Oh, good call. There you go. There you have it. The blob with the arms and legs. Yeah, maybe we make one of these kind of just broken. Broken tree. And these will be like more backgroundish trees. We gotta turn them off there for a second. I've been trying to save up, but I can't resist unleashing the ball. It's fun drowning him too, true. Yeah, I don't know. I feel conflicted on that a little bit. It's like, do I have, like, I don't know. I like that I have like a pricier redeem for people to save up, but I also like the other stuff. I think it's probably good in the end because then like you won't try to drown me too much, you know? Like eventually you'll be like, oh, well, I kind of want this. And it's like, yeah, the drowning is fun, but eventually that's going to get annoying. At least for me. Indeed, it's like the Battlefront Vader skin. It gives me a sense of pride and accomplishment. I don't... Do I know what you're talking about? Which Battlefront? Saving up my bubbles. I think I don't understand the reference enough. Is this like new Battlefront or old Battlefront? Because if it's old Battlefront, I should know. If it's new Battlefront, I probably don't. The problem is there's two Battlefronts. There's two Battlefront 1s and two Battlefront 2s. Which is wild to me. It's like you could have named them something different. I don't know. Here's how you put something in the background. Look at that. Are we committing to this tree color? I don't know, I guess so. Oh, I didn't actually mean to color that in. You're right. The broken tree. Good call. I do need to add extra branches in here. Crap. Okay, this is why you leave it like this before you, I guess I could have just sampled the other thing, but... Is Battlefront 2, they made Darth Vader like 100 real monies, or you could grind literally 600 hours worth of gameplay. Ah. Damn. Which has got to be the new Battlefront 2. Because the old one, I don't remember having microtransactions, so... There we go. Definitely the new one, yeah. The old one wouldn't do that to you. All right, the question is, do we do one more layer of trees? And the answer is probably yes, but... Just do this. There's an easier way to do this. Use the masking tool to your advantage. Da -da 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 -da. Right on whatever, it's fine. And then we take that and we drop that opacity like even more. Yeah. You guys doing anything fun this week? I've been debating. Do we have any anime nerds here? Because I've been tempted to finishing up my taco store. Nice. I've been tempted to use summoned anime nerd. I've been tempted to go see they have the Dan movie in theaters, which is basically just the first 3 episodes of the new season, and I've been tempted to go see that. I'm totally gonna go see it. Wait, the Peener Alien Show movie is coming out. It's in theaters right now. It's just the first 3 episodes of the new season, but yeah. They apparently did it with the first season too, but I mean, I'd watch the first 3 episodes early, you know, in theaters, like, and you know, no one's gonna go see it. I gotta go tonight, right? Mine is the showings, I think for me, are either at like 9 or like 4. So I think I'm probably gonna wait till tomorrow and just go at 4 because it's basically already done. Unless I go at like 9 o'clock and I'm like, I may as well just go at 4. Especially because there'll be no one there. It'll just be me. Which I don't know if it's like sad or like cool, but I heard one of the writers was like, it wouldn't be funny if we wrote a story about a kid who gets his hoo-ha's taken away by a revenge-hungry ghost, and then they just rolled with it. It does go a little bit far with like some of it, to be fair. I feel like it could, that part's fine. Who cares about that? It does get a little bit like it feels close to getting a little bad, but in some respects, but I do like the show overall. I think it's a very good balance of like cute and funny and actiony, and like they balance like all the like the different sort of aspects of it very, very well. But yeah, it does get very close to being like kind of a lot. Some of the animation is amazing. Yeah, the visuals are great too. And it's kind of interesting because it's almost like it's not always like on model, right? Like a lot of it's very like sketchy looking and stuff like that. But it is a it's definitely a great show. It took me so long to watch it too. I'd slept on it for a long time. Basically just watched the first season like relatively recently. Mostly because of the aforementioned maybe kind of sketchy stuff. Like episode one is very like okay, that could have been bad. If you know what I'm talking about. I don't want to say it on stream, but I think you know what I'm talking about. It was a bit too quirky for the sake of being quirky for me, to be honest. That's totally fair. Yeah, dude, that first episode was rough. I was like, is this gonna get really fucked up? Like, I was very worried about that. And then it didn't, and it's like, okay, fine. Cool. And then the last episode kind of felt the same way. But it seems like it won't ever go that far, but if it does, it's kind of like, okay, maybe I won't watch this anymore. But yeah, otherwise, I think they really balance a lot of the story and whatever really well. Like I said, like the different beats of the story, like where it's like, you know, it goes from like, you know, they balance the like the romance and the action and the like whatever just very well. It makes you feel I don't know, they do a good job with it, you know. So that's my personal opinion. But yeah, I totally get what you're saying, Anonymous. I could definitely see people not liking that. Like it just being too much. We're just doing some simple shading here. Probably don't need this on anymore. When the main guy was doing squats, I was like, excuse me, that's not how you do a squat. That was the most bothersome part of the whole show. That's so funny. I did like it. Not sure I'll get into season 2 though. That's fair. Yeah. You guys seen Mashal? Yeah, that's like doubly even more ridiculous for the sake of being ridiculous show. Mashal was good though. It was fun. Do they do squats right in Mashal? It might be the deciding factor for Toot. I may need to like make this more foggy looking. I might need to add fog in here, but we'll see. Or maybe just go to the background and like add a layer that's like this. Is that not quite right? Needs to kind of fade into this color. The tree color. There we go. The same voice actor who plays Gigi from Dan to Dan also plays Mash himself. Oh, nice. Question is, do you watch subs or dubs? I myself am a dub person. And I know dubs get a lot of my team can't handle subs, so I do dubs for me. Yeah, that's kind of how I am, right? I'm too dyslexic, and I will miss like half the show if I watch it in subs. So I'm like, you know, I get it. I get the whole sub supremacy, but I also think it's like a little bit crazy. But you know, here we are. Oh, we're about to hit an ad yet again. Heard Attack on Titan sub is worth it though. I mean, Attack on Titan's way too dark for me, but that's maybe just me. I gotta go past my 20-minute quest. Yeah, I'm just going, dude. I'm just going until maybe I'm done with this. I don't know. Maybe I'll stop before then, but I'm still going. But yeah, I appreciate you being here, dude. Thank you as always, and see you next time. Of course. I had to watch One Piece live action in sub though. Voice actors were too good. Weird. How do they dub that? I love One Piece. Love the One Piece live action. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've heard like super mixed things on it, so I wouldn't know. I never actually watched it. The English was too cringe. Interesting. Had to watch in Japanese. How do they dub over that though? Like, is it like the typical like Godzilla dub? But in reverse. I don't know. I can handle dubs for the most part in any which way, so I understand the argument for him, or against him, but I don't know. I will pretty much always. I just can't do subs. My dyslexic brain will not let me do it, unfortunately. What is dub even short for? I don't think it's short for anything, right? You're still going? Yeah, I just kind of kept going. I kind of haven't stopped. This is the little guy so far. Bean! Says Fig. He needs to stand out more against the background, and I will work on that, but it's our guy. He's our little guy. I kind of actually think I might move him down a little bit, like this way, like that. He's kind of just a little guy, you know? Fig. Best ever dub show, Golden Boy, and it's not even close. That's so funny. Yeah, I don't know. It's I get it. I understand, but I will forever be one who watches the subs. Is Avatar considered American anime? Sort of, I guess. I mean, I would say yes, but you know, that's kind of like that's up to whoever's interpretation wants to interpret it that way, you know? Beats, I love this art. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. It's just a guy. He's just a little guy. I feel like the ground needs something. The background slaps. Thank you. I might put like a little bit of like fog in there. Maybe I should just throw it in now. Oh, we are running an ad. Pretty much everyone here is subbed, but I am gonna take a break because I've been going for 5 hours. So 4 hours, sorry, I lied. It probably will be 5 hours by the time I'm done. Let's just take a break. We'll keep working. I'll probably get that done before next break, so we're just gonna take a quick break. BRB.
I'm turning my card-based tabletop role-playing game.
I've been making a quant apply to unit gain as sort of a band-aid fix, and we called it a day. However, I wasn't completely satisfied with this approach. As part of the next patch of the game, I aim to add more functionality to structures since they required more effort to place, trying to allow structures to provide more powerful effects in return for their cost. My goal was to give every structure both a base effect and an activated effect, enhancing their overall impact on the game. The way I decided to implement this was allowing Bridge to synergize with an ally if they have the Trading Post card on their side of the board. So this new effect stated, if the card named Trading Post is in play, this card's effect now also applies to gaining units. Units gained by this are immediately placed onto the Trading Post. Essentially, say a player had a swamp that gains a unit upon a monster's death. The Trading Post on your ally side of the board would also gain a unit. Of course, while this was kind of a fix for the previous version of the card, it ended up being more of a complication. Instead of solving any problems, actually led to more issues. A lot of these stemmed from poor wording on the card, which left certain interactions open to interpretation and causing different edge cases to pop up. For instance, what if the player with the bridge had a trading post on their side of the board rather than their ally? There was nothing stating that the bridge had to be on the ally side of the board, so if you had one, would you end up gaining double units? Or take the fortress card. If the card had the right number of units on it, it allowed your heroes to gain units when they attacked. Which begs the question, would the trading post also gain those units, even though this card was meant for only heroes to gain them? And probably a more game-breaking example, the Elvish Archer. With a proper number of units, it could attack 2 monsters for the cost of 1. This effect was meant strictly for the Archer. So, did a bridge do nothing? Or worse, did it break the game and allow all heroes to attack 2 monsters as well? Now you might be thinking, why not just reword bridge and fix the problems? Well, by this point, we were running out of room on the cards and didn't really want to keep just adding exceptions to make it function properly. So instead, we decided to change the game entirely, which sounds drastic for just 1 card out of 40. However, the real reason for this was that it highlighted a greater issue with the game as a whole. The problem was that activated effects needed to be categorized more clearly. At the time, there were 2 main types of activated effects. One type required a certain number of units on the card to trigger an effect, while the other type was triggered by a specific event happening in the game. So the solution was to split these effects into 2 different types, unit effects and triggered effects. From there, we meticulously went through every single card and reworked them to fit these new effects. While this change was a good idea, it actually didn't fix any of our problems and ended up creating new ones.
I've returned.
Let me explain.
As per usual. Yeah, that's it. If you enjoyed the video, go check me out. Beats Creations, etc. What do I do with the ground here? It's kind of like a marsh. Do I just add shading and call it a day, or do I do something different with it? I definitely want to have like little blobulars coming out of the... I don't know. I guess part of this was doing some shading between the trees. What is my line art or layers here? This should be above... Actually, I guess both of these should be above everything else. And then we go to here, this one. Yeah, this can go like here maybe. It's a little bit of fog. And then we'll overlay maybe. But yeah. What are we talking about? Oh, anime. Yeah. I don't know. Whether Avatar is considered anime. Yeah, I mean, it's like, yeah. I mean, I don't know. It depends on really what you want to, how you want to consider anything. Like, that's very subjective, right? All right, what do I do for this background? Oh, you did miss the original sketch. The little guy definitely was more of a friend. That's the original sketch. He's just a little guy. If Bean is still here, but I don't think he is. It's okay. I'm running out of brain power. Let's just do this part here. Let's do this almost needs to be like a maybe even above the line art. Maybe not. Let's try it. Let's be brave. Let's draw above the line art. It's gonna be crazy. I can't believe I've been streaming this long, but I know once I get off stream, I'm just gonna kind of do nothing the rest of the day, so I may as well just keep streaming. Wee! True. When are you streaming next, Fig? Probably Friday-ish, maybe tomorrow. Nice. I think I just need to add some shading to the background layer, or the ground layer here. I'm not sure what exactly that entails yet, but it's kind of a general just variance in lighting. Just multiply maybe. I will admit, this being over the line art does look weird to me. And I don't like it. Just wasn't in line enough with the style, you know? That looks better. I like that better. Granted, I did want to have little other blobs kind of coming out, but we'll get to that. Question is, how do we... I think he doesn't stand out against the background enough. I think maybe we do another smoke layer here. I'm trying to figure out where to put it though. I guess here? And we'll just do like maybe this color, I guess. And I guess maybe we could do another one here. We also typically do a vignette, so we're going to do a little bit of that. Yeah, I still don't like it. Maybe what we do is we do like a glow layer on his eyes. Okay, I'm feeling better about it already. I kind of almost wonder too if maybe we like give him a little bit of an inner glow. Maybe kind of like more of a purpley color. I guess that doesn't quite work, does it? Let's do it here. Ooh, illumination. Yeah. I'm not sure it's quite right yet. That just kind of makes it look like he's... maybe I did like it. I don't know. I'm trying to make him stand out from the background a bit more. Part of it might just be like crunching the background more and brightening him up. Like, it could even just be, you know, or making the background really bright. You know what I mean? I don't really want to do that because that's not really in line with the style, but hydrate. Thank you. Water. We'll just keep playing around with it, see what happens. I mean, we can easily, like, swap colors. Like, if we want this to be darker, we could just be like, bap, you know? Maybe, like, more like... Let's try like an extremely dark purple, just for giggles. No, it doesn't really work. What is the benefit of channel points? I feel like it might be new since I streamed years ago. Might be. No. I don't think it is. I mean, it's just like a reward for the viewer, right? Like, it's like like a rewards card, right? Like, the more you view, the more we can give back to you, right? You know, granted, like, a hydrate redeem doesn't really give the user that much, right? It's not really like a huge reward to them, but something like my doodle thing, right? That's more of a reward for participating. Still not sure if the drool is too much. It might be. I'll try one more. Try it here instead. I think it hitting the ground is too much. If it just kind of comes out and like is there, maybe. The drill will be fine if you put the arms back. It's not happening. I think you might be right about him being just too dark. Even still. Maybe not. It's just the whole piece is too colorful. We're just gonna do some tests here. Let's make this darker and make him lighter. I don't really like it though. I mean, is him being darker maybe the answer? Or bigger? Or both? I think bigger. The mouth needs to be lighter if he himself is darker. Yeah, I don't know. I think I kind of still like the pinkish overlay here. Oh, crap. We're out of our playlist. Help. 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 We've gone for too long. We are past the point of my playlist being active. Oops. It looks so funny flipped. Well. Yeah, maybe that being a little brighter helps. And then honestly, if we just kind of I think I know what to do. Where's the fog we put? Yeah, I don't like that. We're gonna get rid of that. Where's the not that. This? Yeah, that's too much. We might need a fog, but it's not that. It's not that color. It's probably like a darker color. Let's do like, I don't know, like purple, like dark purple behind him. There we go. That feels better. And then maybe a smidge of like pink on the ground next to him, like he's emitting light. Almost he's like almost emitting light and shadow. Like we need a ground shadow for him. Make him look grounded. More of a hard shadow. And then a little bit of glow within that shadow, maybe? It should be more near his mouth. It's not within the shadow, just kind of in the front. Okay, and then I think we're close to done. I think I just need to add a few like little blobs in, which I think I'm just gonna kind of draw in here. I don't know where to draw them necessarily. They're rising out of the pits. I think he's too big now. Did I make him too big? Better, I guess. Still unsure about all this, but been looking at it for too long, probably is part of it. Guy looks so derpy. Okay, I think we might be done. You know, we never really did... Fine. We never really did the willow tree aesthetic. I don't know if I really care at this point, but we'll try it. We'll see. If we do like just a bunch of... This will need to be above line art. I don't know, is it adding anything or is it just kind of like whatever? It kind of does. Kind of dislike how we lose the glow of the forest, but it's kind of one of those things that for the piece to look good as a whole, we might just have to. Where is it in this one? If we push this like up higher, be like here, and let me turn this back on. That's kind of cool. Yes, the willows, yeah. Sorry, I was locked in there for a second. I think it looked pretty good, right? It looks decent. I just need to do the one in the background there that you can see. I guess it's just a draw over anyway. Where the heck did I even put it? I've officially lost track of all my layers. This one. Okay, we have to be done. I think this is it. What do we think? Zoom in again. Here, we're gonna hide kitten. More. And hide this too. Keep Kittith. It's just she's just a little box. I saw something. I mean, I'm sure there's some little tiny speck of something that doesn't look right. But it's art. It doesn't need to be perfect, you know? I think we're at the good enough point. Actually, I guess it is on the background layer. Oh. Discord. Can you do the Discord thing? Oh, you just did it. I like how you said, can you do the exclamation Discord thing, and it worked. Yeah, I think it looks pretty good. Took a screenshot, I'll paste it in there. Okay, go for it. Are you just trying to keep me on the stream indefinitely? Is that your goal? There's a stream chat Discord server. It's like a little red exclamation point. If you want to post it in there, that probably makes the most sense. But while you do that, I'm gonna search for someone to raid, because we're definitely done. Although honestly, it still feel decent. I know my brain isn't like perfectly good right now though. If I tried to do too much concentrating, I'd probably be dead. What should we do? Who should we raid? Let's see if we can find more card people. Are you making a game? No, you're watching YouTube. Do you make game? Does make game. Why do? No, does not make a game. Womp womp. See, this person looks like they're making a game. Though I can't promise you that the audio won't be in Spanish. Oh wait, no, they're leaving. It literally says adios. Oops. Ah. They really don't like me searching for TCG people, huh? Oh, wait. Are you making a card game? We may have found someone. I think we found someone. I don't know what they're doing. Making of the Dark Comedies Souls game TCG number 7. There's a lot going on with their stream, but I think we should raid them. Fig, have you figured it out yet? Have you figured it out yet? Because if not, we're raiding. I think we're gonna raid this person. Wait, what? You said you're gonna paste something in Discord. And I do not see anything pasted. Okay, well, we'll check it out after stream, I suppose. This is a person, seems like they're doing their own TCG thing. I don't know what they're doing, but there's not many of us out there, so I think we're rating them. I think that's the goal. Maybe this guy isn't, this other person wasn't gone, but they're also, it's also in Spanish, so I wouldn't be able to understand them. So we're gonna go ahead and raid this other person. All right, y'all. More people making card games. We like that. All right, let's go here. And anyway, let's say hi to this person. We only have one viewer, so let's not that we have that many more, but let's head on out and hit the start raid button. Thank you all for joining me. It's been a very long stream, but I do appreciate you all sticking with me and hanging out. So let's check this person out, say hi, and I will be back on Friday. I'm thinking we'll do some playtesting. Hopefully some more armies playtesting, maybe even Blackridge playtesting. I don't know, we'll see. If not, more work on the game as per usual, more art. All right, see y'all, have a good one, and goodbye.